Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, November the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator for Trading Room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. So yeah, guys, the FUV. When this happened, I was watching FUV. Of course, why not? Watching all these EVs in the pre-market. When this was happening, I said, "Man, there's got to be a financing or something." That was a big sell-off. Kept looking and looking and looking, and now I just posted that financing, $15 million. So it's not a huge financing. It's a 1.1 million at 13.25. So it's not like a terrible financing for FUV. But that is the reason for that downturn, and I'm 100% sure that it's dragging Candy down with it somewhat. Maybe Candy's going to do financing also. But I think that is the reason why Candy is dropping. But you got to like the way that FUV is holding that 13.25 mark. But you can just almost be sure when you see something like this, and if you were watching FUV, this was a giant red candle. And I thought, whoops, what is happening? And I kept looking for a financing, and it finally showed up. Anyway, there are other things happening. So yes, I took, if you were in the room yesterday, I was all over this AYRO. And I said that I wanted to take this if it closed fairly well yesterday afternoon, and that's exactly what I ended up doing. I took the trade right about here at 627, and I held it. This is, of course, this is pre-market today. Didn't really move that much after hours. I was expecting maybe a little more of a pop, but didn't really do that much. But certainly it was at 644, so I'm in at 627. Wake up this morning and wow. So my major concern, not concern, but the area that I thought it might stall at was right here on that monthly chart. You see the high right there is 818. But it did pop through, got all the way up to 850, 849 or so. I sold some out right here at 822, and I'm just looking to see how well it can hold 8. Goes down through 8, I'm out of it entirely. So nice little, for me, a big swing trade, several hours. But there are other things happening, so let's take a look. Just in case you're looking at BKYI, this is a reverse split. Okay, this is not up 687%. It's a reverse split. It's a 1 for 8. Okay, and it's effective today, so this is not reflected exactly. It's not up 687%. Let's take a look at this for the more expensive one, but boy, I mean, this has no support whatsoever. GSX has no support whatsoever. It is an earnings play. When I say no support, look at it. Look at where it is right now. I mean, I shouldn't say no support. On the monthly chart, the next lows looking left are, well, there is one here around 53 or so, 52 and a half or so, and then way down here. So GSX is an earnings play. China education stock. WTRH. Let's see if it's holding its gap. Yeah, it's not bad. Holding its gap. WTRH up 16%. Great volume. I don't see a specific reason for it, but it is up. KXIN, guys, is just, yeah, look at this one. KXIN is on the move here. Not a crazy low float. Used car dealers in China. Okay. KXIN on the move here. I don't see any specific reason. I always have to hedge my bets here because I'm just kind of checking some headlines. I don't see any specific reason. FireEye, F-E-Y-E. Let's take a look at what's happening with that one. It's kind of fading though. Look at what happened after hours yesterday. Got all the way up to 1720 or so after hours. Again, if you're unfamiliar with our program, our platform, that mauve area right here in our charts is after hours. So that's what happened yesterday after hours. Market is open. I mean, it's still up 9%, but it is starting to fade. And again, I don't see any specific reason for it. Now keep an eye on Sun W. Is it over? Is it still over that whole number, 3 or 4? I'm sorry, I meant no. It has dropped down. I meant 5. Keep an eye on Sun W. It's come alive again. I call it part of the EV sector. What did it get up to? It got up to 525, so it's underneath 5 again. But look at the room it's got. It's a low float, 16.5 million in the float. Just have to wait for the market to open and see if it gets back over 5 and resumes. Yeah, partial merger. Yeah, KXIN. I'm just kind of reading that, a partial merger. What can you say about Blink? This is a double in a few days. BLNK. Yeah, it's starting to fade a little bit here, but man, oh man. I mean, look. 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago at the bottom here, this was just under $10. And what did it hit this morning? $20. So, wow. BLNK. Detail. Let's see if it's still holding its gap. Yeah, not bad. Detail still holding its at DTIL. I don't see Precision Biosciences. Lilly and Precision Biosciences announces genome editing research collaboration and licensing agreement. So that is the reason for Detail. Okay, a little pop for it. Not a little one. It's up 22%. And look, if it can maintain that gap, I mean, look left on that monthly chart. Look at all the room it's got. So again, have to wait for the market to open and just kind of get a gauge about what might happen with this one. I do not understand this headline that I saw for NRZ. So it's actually faded a little bit here. NRZ, it is gapped up. It says they're confidentially filing an IPO. So I'm not 100% sure I know what that means. I mean, I know what confidentially means. I know what filing means, and I know what IPO means. But when I lump them together with NRZ, I'm not 100% sure I get what they're trying to do here. Again, that's just a cursory look at the headline. So I'm sure there's obviously more to it than that. But that is up 8%, big volume, NRZ. And more importantly, why I was interested is look at the gap. Look at the potential gap fill. MGNI. Again, this looks like an IPO, but I'm pretty sure it's not an IPO. This is just a symbol name change, probably right here. But this is, wow, nice move. Again, I do not see any specific reason for it. MGNI, what did it get in the high in the pre-market was 15.15. But this is looking like an all-time high. So MGNI, and it's not a low float. Now, what does that mean, Tom? It's a confidential public offering. Like, shh, we're not going to tell anybody. Meso, this had some. This popped after hours yesterday. MESO popped big after hours. This is a virus play. I think it's some kind of a collaboration with Novartis, NVS, and so keep an eye on Meso. I mean, look at the level. Where are they out of? Yeah, that's what I thought. You can always kind of tell a stock that exists on another or has another exchange. It's an Australian stock. Just look at the daily chart. It's just kind of spotty. But let's take a look at Meso. If it can, I mean, it's above that high right there, 1374. It's still above it. Well, you can. I mean, one of the things I look at. I don't mind telling you this, but I mean, it's just take a look at the post-market channel. You can take a look at that. You can see gaps right there, post-market. But that's not what it's all about, really. It's more about what happened during the day. FTSI, guys. FTSI is still holding. So this is Okay, so yes, this could be really interesting. FTSI, their news was that they have exited from bankruptcy. So, emerged from bankruptcy, FTSI, super low float. Look at that float. Anything could happen today with this. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Pola. Pola, yeah, it's starting to fade. Look at this, 471 down to 434. Pola is starting to fade. Again, I don't see any specific news for it. You know, I just called part of the EV sector. Kindi offering now too. Yeah, there we go. Well, as I said, it wouldn't surprise me if they followed suit just after FUV, so they've done the same now. I'm still not ready at Mara. Still not ready. I almost looked at Mara. Well, I wasn't. I looked at it. Almost looked at it right around here. I just don't like this move. I just don't like the way it's not holding. You know, so I'm just going to be stubborn. I'm going to wait. And I have another one here. Can't read my writing. Is it GNHI? GNHI? Probably not. No, what is it? Maybe it's GMHI. GMHI. There we are. Okay, so this is, yeah, okay, so this is really a SPAC. I just noticed it here. I mean, it's up big volume. It's up, got up to this point right up here, but 1125, but it's pulled back. You're right, actually, you're right. It has got nothing to do with the EV sector. I don't know why I thought that. I know they were looking at some kind of a deal with a merger with PEC that went south. Keep an eye on NVGC. NVGC, there was very little volume. The volume will pick up. Keep an eye on NVGC. Wow, I've got to get this right here. It's not NVGC. It must be maybe it's NGVC. Just a second. NGVC. There we go. Natural Grocers. NGVC. So there's no volume really yet. They released earnings after hours, so there it is. Big gap up. Take a look at it right there. I mean, it's got a lot of room looking left. Thank you, KK, for posting that in there. So again, the volume is not big, obviously, yet, but it'll pick up once the market opens. It's a low float, 8.5 million in the float. And Cody, guys, COTY was still strong. Still pretty strong after that upgrade from JP Morgan yesterday. It's pulled back somewhat, but it is still strong and had a $10 upgrade by JP Morgan yesterday. That caused this big pop for it. All right, I am now going to take a look quickly at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Load my email and see what's happening here. Okay, so let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. About a few more upgrades and downgrades, but let's take a look. Just looking again to see if there's some multiple upgrades. What I mean by that is the same stock upgraded by different firms. Nothing is jumping out at me yet. I do see a couple of upgrades for Atro, A-T-R-O. Take a look at that one. So there are some of the upgrades. Are you kidding? One Stevie, an upgrade to 325. That's hardly, I don't know if you're tongue in cheek. But it couldn't have said upgrade. Upgrade to neutral. So the stock's sitting at 640 and they've upgraded it to neutral down to 325. All right. Shake Shack, I see there has a downgrade. What are you doing here? Goose has a downgrade. All right, guys, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Yeah, upgrades and downgrades, they're just analysts' opinions of where they think a stock might be going. All right. Not a stupid question. Not a stupid question at all. I put it in there just a couple things. I mean, I checked to see if they're Goldman. You know, Goldman is obviously one of the bigger names. See if they're upgrading or downgrading anybody. I also checked to see if there are some multiple, as I call them, multiple upgrades or downgrades. So in other words, like I'm looking at Atro as an example. Atro has 2 upgrades this morning. 2 different firms have upgraded Atro for whatever reason. But we looked at the upgrade yesterday for Coty, C-O-T-Y, and you know JP Morgan upgraded them, so it's a big firm, but they also put a pretty aggressive price target on them at $10. Now, it doesn't mean that when a stock gets an upgrade, you just pile into it. It's more for information purposes. But you know, some of you may hold a stock that has an upgrade or a downgrade. So sometimes I see, you know, I haven't seen one for a while. There's only maybe 3 or 4 that I can recall over the past few years. I can't remember the last one. But there were multiple downgrades on a stock and it hadn't moved yet. And all of a sudden, once the market opened, it just got hammered. So that's something I kind of look for, but just haven't seen one like that for a while. Yeah, my watch list, nothing will happen in the repeating. It'll start right at 9:30. And the other 2, the watch list up and the watch list down, will not have any action until at least 9:45. Again, if you want to follow the watch list up and down, you can, from the toolbar, you can click undo, channel bar, and my watch list right there. Remember, this is a layout. Everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So this is putting that first financing for FUV, putting a damper on the EVs right now. You know, but Candy 830, so it's just above. So Candy's at 830. Okay. But 8.5. So they're raising a lot more money than than FUV is. You can go right here. If you click on links, Lars, if you click on links, I don't know why it does that. Just a second. You click on links and my home page is right here. Okay, there's my home page. Has all my scans on it, lots of other information, training. I'll pop it in the room also, my home page link. All right, what else have I got here? Yeah, I guess wait for the market to open and let's see what happens. Well, until recently, when I say recently, within the last few years, maybe 2, 3, 4 years, I don't know, it just sort of crept up on me, but almost, I would say 100% of the time, when a company did a financing, it would be below, the stock would go crater below the financing price. And the reason being is that, if you're an existing shareholder, your position is being diluted with additional shares being added. So, if you're a shareholder, you don't like that. So I would say that certainly in the past, so here's Candy doing a financing at 11.30. I may have seen that at 10.80, 10.50, even $10, like quite a bit below the financing price. But we've seen many, many, many occurrences now where shareholders kind of shrug it off a little bit. And a lot of it too depends on, how it's viewed. Okay, as I said, Candy is 8.85 million. What are they actually raising here? Let's do a quick math here. 8.8 times 11.3. So they're raising about 100 million. Okay, so I mean they're raising 100 million. And so investors might be going, you know what? Okay, we don't like it, the fact that we're getting diluted, but maybe raising money for all the right reasons, as opposed to we have to raise money, otherwise we're going out of business tomorrow. So the same, but FUV is not raising nearly as much. It's only 15 million they're raising. So their dilution factor is nowhere near Candy's, KNDI. So I mean, look at this in 14.15 and it's at 11.30. So I mean, this is being shrugged off. I'm sorry, that's Candy. At 13.25. So, it's almost $1 above the financing price. All right, everybody. Okay, the market's going to open in less than a minute. So let us have a great end to this trading week and to the test drive. This is actually an earnings play, guys. Also a more expensive one, HIBB, Hibbett Sports. HIBB, nice gap on earnings. It has room. Look left on that weekly chart. So you're into playing maybe the more expensive ones. HIBB. All right, we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are open. So again, you should see, if you remember, alerts coming in right off the bat here. Again, I put a 15-minute delay on these two windows on purpose. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. So I think this financing by FUV and now Kindi has put a bit of a damper on the EV sector because investors are wondering, well, who's next? And then we just have a halt here. Oasis just got halted. Okay, and I typically sit out the first 15 minutes anyway. Look at JMIA. What a run it has been on. Another high here, JMIA. I kind of lost sight of this one. A lot of us in the room were all over it during this run here. I think it was Street Sweeper or Citron. One of those two is really being bullish on it. This day right here is earnings. All right, and it based, and now look at it. I mean, it's way above this price here, this area here, JMIA. All right, so what I'm seeing right now is a lot of the ones that were, flying a little bit in the pre-market starting to drop somewhat. FUV is now approaching the financing price, 13.25. Let's see if it holds. So, Kay, I'm not a huge swing trader, but you're in the right area. There are people in this room who like to swing trade, and so if you see some posts in there, they'll be throwing out some ideas. Boy, look at Cody. Well, I guess that downgrade or whatever you want to call it down to 325 is taking precedent. Yeah, look at XPEV. Well, okay, so they're not all sinking. Look at XPEV over 50 now. Just look at the volume that came in. 1.5 million shares, just like that. Yeah, I didn't mention TANH. I guess it must have horrible. Oh, so here's another one, another financing, $1.65 a share. It's not shortable for me, so they've done a financing. So here's this is an example. Look at KXIN, guys. On the move, KXIN on the move. It's not a super low float either. 38 million in the float, not super low. Looking left on the daily chart, the next high is 505, so that's far enough away. And the volume is really picking up here. 110 times normal right now. Here's another one. I saw this one in the pre-market. I thought, look at this though, PEIX. And Net Element, wow, we're at some real big movers here. Net Element, NETE. And Nano Dimension, NNDM, another big move. Not a great. I'm sorry. Well, it's coming back. It had gapped down. It's gapped down from yesterday. There's where it closed yesterday. So it did really gap down. And they've done another one, $100 million, 25 million shares at $4 a share. Okay, so another financing. A lot of financings this morning. All right, how is NIO doing compared to XPEV? And how's LI doing compared to XPEV? Yeah, so they're popping, guys. The big three are popping. All right, now there is some volume coming into Mara, M-A-R-A. There's definitely volume coming into Mara. Again, I almost took it. I have to admit, I almost took it this morning. It was getting to a level I thought, and then all of a sudden this happened, and I'm still not convinced it wants to, pop right now. Yeah, look at DTIL. This is just, yeah, wow, look at Blink. So Blink, just be careful. I would hate to see them announce a financing mid-market, but no question, Blink is still strong. BLNK. Yeah, I'm all out of the AYRO. Unfortunately, I do see it's completely. It is now reversing. I think it just all of these kind of got hit on the financing news from FUV and also KNDI. But look at Blink. But I am out. I'm out of AYRO now. Okay, Wave Lab. So I'm just saying. Well, you see, they did a financing. That's why Candy is. Yeah, look at wow. This is going to be so great. Look at Cliff, guys. CLF, the trade of the week. It looks like it's going to have a nice strong day today. Another winner for Steve. So I'm just kind of waiting for 9:45 to see what sort of alerts I get here. So what you're seeing here, these call them the swing trades that I put in my simulator. Yeah, you picked the right one, it'll work great. Yes. So this again, the entry of 299 for Mara, 321 now. The CLF 881 on the entry, and again, that you could have got a way better entry than that. You could have got certainly around 860. If you wonder what I'm talking about, this is the trade of the week. So how do you get the trade of the week? I'm going to show you. So if you click on my home page, get the trade of the week delivered to your inbox. So it'll happen around 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. So the markets are down just a little bit. Every indices, Nas is off just a little bit. Okay, now FUV is now right at just a little bit below that financing price. Meanwhile, net element's screaming higher here. Low float. Why do these things happen? Look at the float, 4.2 million in the float. Look left on that daily chart. I mean, the next high looking left is way up here at 1578. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's whatever that people are looking at that. All right, give me one more, excuse me, a minute, please. All right, guys. Well, maybe Mara is ready now. Maybe Mara is on the move. I mean, it's on the move, obviously. What's Riot doing? Actually, interesting. So Riot is not moving. Mara is moving. Interesting. Usually they kind of move and run in tandem, but yeah, I don't know why that happens, Lily. I have no idea why that happens. But if you want to, there's my Twitter account, and I am putting the trades of the week Monday morning. So that's another way to get it. I am putting the trades of the week there. Yeah, I just don't know why some of you are not getting it. Look at XPEP. Holy smokes. This is now the winner. I mean, look, 400 million in the float. Look at this move for XPEP here. Not a bad month, you know, 2.5 times basically, a $20 stock at 50. Blink, yeah, who cares about financings, right? So again, guys, look at the SPY. Look at the SPY. I mean, it's, you know, drifted down, little pop, really doing not that much right now. Who knows where it's going? Who cares? Look at all the things you can follow with trade ideas. Guys, Mara, I've dipped my toe in it. Now Riot's moving? Okay. I was surprised to see Riot just sort of settling. Yeah, there's Riot, guys. So I've dipped my toe in Mara. GKK, are you in the room? Good morning, GKK. Okay, so we'll see how Mara does this morning. I don't mind holding it as long as it's above my where I bought it. And so I'm in at, what, 327, I think? 327. So I think it might struggle to get through 350 today. Look at Veritone here. VERI on the way down, gap up, and a reverse. What an amazing move for XPEV. So if memory serves, yeah, I see they announced next gen autonomous driving, etc. So they released that news last night. I have it here at 2310 for you nautically minded ones, so or military minded. 2310. Meanwhile, PEIX, I don't see any specific reason for its move. I just keep, Looking at headlines, I don't see any specific reason for PEIX on the move here. And now we have a halt. So OAS, kind of a crazy one. I know OAS. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. So it just resumed. But it's untradeable. So I don't know what's going on with Oasis. I'm looking at the spread 20, 22, 22, 24, 84. So I don't know what's going on with OAS. Oh my goodness, RVP. So this RVP just showed up here, 1240. This is a swing from yesterday, 1125 on the swing. So this is turning out pretty nice. Open P&L 460. So guys, if you want to practice trading first before you commit money to the market, which we absolutely recommend. You can practice swing trading. I'm going to go over all this in about, give me 30 minutes or so. But if you want to practice swing trading, you want to practice any sort of trading, we got a great simulator right here. It's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. Yeah, no idea. Somebody asked when is Thinkorswim B Plus going to be available. I have no idea. It's still, I mean, it's further ahead than it was say 2 weeks ago because we've got several people within Trade Ideas who have TDA accounts that are using it, practicing, making sure, looking at what sort of bugs there are. So, but I have no time frame. So with RVP guys, okay, just look left on that monthly chart. So I mean, it's at a very critical level, 1260. After that, it does have maybe $1. You have to look at that monthly chart where it could go, but right now it may struggle to get through that 1260. I know it. What did it get to? It got to 1263 there and 1260 right there. So you can see that that might be the struggle. There was no struggle for Blink, BLN. How's Plug doing? Yeah, I mean, well, SUNW, I incorrectly branded this a UV play, AV play, but of course this is a solar play. Look at the float. Look what it's doing. Look at the room it's got. Where are you out of? Okay, your California stock. So look at the room it's got. All right, guys, I'm watching. So we're getting a few more in here now. Okay, so for the KXIN, it has room, if it wants to move, it has room to 5. I'm just looking at the daily chart. That's the next high looking left. 505, so it does have some room. Come on, Riot, drag Mara. Oh, look at net element, NETE. I can't look at the void, guys. Just look left. You hear me say this all the time. Look left on that daily chart. What do you see? The next high is way up here at 1578 for net element, NETE. All right, so this had the big gap up, MGNI. I don't see any specific reason for it. It had a nice run at the end of the day. There's after hours, big gap up, pre-market, starting to fade. My opinion on Alcoa. Let's see what Alcoa is doing. I haven't really looked at Alcoa since earnings. It kind of kickstarted earnings. Okay, so this is what I see. It has room, the monthly chart, 2250. I don't know if you're talking intraday or holding longer term, but there's a big area of resistance. That's about $3 away. For Wes, yeah, I mean, it's had a nice rebound month off that. Wow, I mean, it's had a tremendous rebound month off that area. So, I mean, this is a natural gas play, of course. If I mean, it's got way more room if you're looking at it as a potential swing. But obviously, it's an energy play, so you're sort of tied to the sector if you're okay with that. What was the other one? And ANF, again, retail. Same sort of thing. I mean, you're looking long term. I mean, I suppose if retail, and now it has earnings, November 24th, so that's the only issue. I never hold through earnings, okay? That's just me. So be aware that it has earnings on the 24th, which is, so it's going to, before the market opens on Tuesday. So I don't hold through earnings ever, ever, ever. But that's up to you. Yeah, I don't know so much about choppy, but you'll see low float stocks. I mean, they can have the huge acceleration, and then eventually when the buying dries up and people with it and starting to sell, that's the big uh-oh moment because it can drop. They can drop just like anything. I wouldn't call it choppy like this. I mean, I'm just using this as an example. I would call it more, you've got to be so careful. You get into a low float stock and you just cannot buy something that's low float and then wander away and come back in half an hour and expect me, listen, it may work out, but I would be hanging around my computer. Do not walk away on a low float stock. Yeah. Now look at the SPY too, guys. So this is a pretty big move down now for the SPY. So if you're in a stock, for instance, we always talk about the alpha stocks. So SUNW is an example of an alpha stock. And alpha stocks really, they don't care what's going on with the rest of the market within reason. I mean, if the market's down 1,000 points, probably nothing will move up. But there's an example of an alpha stock, doesn't care what the market's doing. It's kind of trading on its own. I mean, look at the market, what it's doing. Here's a 15-minute candle. Look at SunW's 15-minute candle. So that's what we try to identify. And most of the things that you see, certainly in these, because, they're making new highs, not necessarily here, from my watch list, but I don't know, was it KCAC? This is the one that has Wednesday, their merger is complete, I believe. I don't know if it was KCAC, Torps. Now, if you're talking about, for me, what I've been waiting on is IPOC, but it's not doing anything. Still hanging at 10. And that's it? Okay, yeah, it's not doing anything yet. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with Oasis, OAS. Was this halted for, I see, this looks like this was, has it done a reverse split? It must have done a reverse split or something. I don't understand what's going on with it, so. Ah, wow, I mean, I don't see any news for it, SUNW. You guys see any news? What's causing this big move for SUNW? I mean, it still has room. 854 on that weekly chart. I think I took ribbon off my... Is it still on my watch list? I don't see it there. Well, it's coming into a really critical area. I remember now. If it could take out 6, look at the monthly chart, 592, 593. It's sitting at 592, so it's really critical that it gets. I'll have to reset my price alert for a ribbon, RBBN, just over 6. If it could take out 6, then it's got a little bit of room, not huge. SunW guys, just hey, real. Yeah, GSX is is it still moving down on earnings, such as they were? And we had Hibbert, HIBB on earnings. So I'm just kind of checking some of the ones from my watch list. So SunW at 522, 566 high. Yeah, okay. RVP, yeah, really gave it up actually when it got. Now, if I'm watching this, I don't allow that to happen. Okay, if I'm really, really watching. So what I'm going to flatten this out. So I don't allow something that it was up, I don't know, 264 to turn into a $50 gain. Guys, Mara, this might, yeah, as GKK says, maybe this weekend we'll get some Bitcoin. Bitcoin might go crazy. Let's hope. If you're in the Mara with me. Okay. All right, so from my watch list, so RVP at 1240, what did it do? Yeah, I mean, not terrible. It got up to 1264 before it pulled back. Pola 484, didn't really do much. KXIN 444, of course. Wow, up to 480 now. Sun W, a star 522, getting up there. Court, I don't think it's moved. 2356, yeah, just a little bit. Mara, jury's out still. Let's see if it can take out 350. And OPTT 226. Yeah, it hasn't really moved too much, but certainly KXIN and Sun W, two huge percentage moves for us. Okay, Justin, I see what you're doing there with your name. Meanwhile, MGNI guys, I wanted to get short on this one. Son of a gun. That was the one I wanted to take on a short here. Look at this MGNI now. It actually went negative. Well, virtually all, virtually all stocks qualify for margin. It's, you have to have, your broker has to allow you. It's usually a selection saying you're willing to go on margin, but I can't think of a stock that I would look at and say, well, this does not qualify. I mean, there might be the odd one, but I would say virtually every stock. This is the one I was desperately wanting to get into. I just got distracted just a little bit. The MGNI. Would have been an easy short in terms, there's lots of shorts available and it wasn't down 10% at the time. When I say an easy short, I mean easy to get. I don't mean, nothing's easy, okay, but it was easy to get. Now you keep your paws off Amera. Okay, William. In fact, I don't think you can short it. It's not shortable, the big red dot at Interactive Brokers. Okay, at Fidelity, none. Okay, good. I'll just put this up here. You heard me say I'm in the Mara at 327. And I may swing it, depends what it does today. Okay, so P. Jimenez, let me yeah, very hard for me to understand why that would be. Okay, without seeing your settings, I mean, I don't know what you're using for settings. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. It's very hard for me to know. I know how to auto trading it, so it's hard for me to know. So $100, you're risking $100. Yeah, again, it's really because of what I'm looking here, and two of them are up, one is just flat. So yeah, I mean, if you're simulated trading, you would think you would have a positive. So I don't know. I just don't know why that's happening. Well, guys, KXIN 444, $5 now, dollars now. So Just a moment, please. Right, so this is definitely the wild and crazy one today, and it's not even like a low float. I mean, 38 million is certainly not excessive, but it's not like a 2 million float. And it's over that little 505, so looking left now, 551. I don't know if that's going to be resistance, but I mean, that's the next high looking left, guys. So again, you want my watch list, you just have to, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and My Windows, Barry's Windows. I mean, are they all rocket ships? Of course not. But this gives you something to focus on all day long. Yeah, I would recommend moderate mode in the Holly settings, yes. Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's all to do with Bitcoin, right? So, I mean, I have no idea how far Amara is going to go. I mean, it's still struggling right now to get through that 351. What did it get to? Up to 350. I mean, it takes out that 351. You start looking left. I mean, you know, maybe 4 could stall it. But, you know, GKK, who's the originator of all this, I mean, if Bitcoin just explodes, keeps exploding, I mean, who knows where it's going to go? There we go, GK. Just because it's a little cheaper, and I think the float is, for me anyway, the float is, what, 25 million? What's Riot? I think they're about the same. Yeah, 47 million, so it's just a float issue. But they're doing, they trade it almost identically. Yeah, listen, I mean, you're getting into Mara or Riot, you're betting on Bitcoin. I mean, you know, I have no special insight, believe me, no special insight whatsoever. Wow, look at QRTEA, one of those liberties. Yeah, this has room to 10 or 11. Yeah, it would not surprise me. Maybe not with that little red bar. What do I think a low float is? Somebody asked me what my opinion of a low float. For me, anything under 20 million shares for me is a low float. So the lower the better. If a stock is in play, there's some kind of a catalyst that is causing it to move. And if you can't find the catalyst, in other words, if it's not an earnings play, or you don't see any specific news on it, well, it's just for whatever reason, somebody's pumping the heck out of it without any news. Yeah, like don't ask me about what happens on a riot or I don't know. I mean, this is all it's Bitcoin, right? Oh, I see what you're talking about. I have no idea. I don't know if I believe that bottoming tail, but I don't know. I don't know. Did Mara have the same thing? Yeah, kind of the same things. Whether we believe that or not, I don't know. No, I see. It wasn't a real question. Okay, well, when I see a question mark, well, Mr. Mike Trader, generally speaking, anything that I'm seeing has some kind of a catalyst. Generally speaking, you know, that's why it's, you know, stocks are usually when a stock is moving, there has to be some reason for it to move. Especially, you know, with the market, especially stocks that are moving higher with the market, you know, weak. but I don't need it. But I don't see a catalyst. I mean, if I like KXIN, I don't know why it's moving. I have no idea. I just accept the fact that it's moving. I don't see any specific reason for it. I'm just looking at my headlines. I don't see any specific reason for it. I mean, it says, yeah. I mean, yeah. So I don't go crazy trying to find a reason. Just accept it. Try to trade it. I do consider the topping tail low gun. I mean, because we've seen it just so many times where a stock will just get stalled, even if it's, like here, if it got up to 1336, it's amazing how many times, even though it's just look at SI, even if it's just a topping tail. All right, keep an eye on this one, SY. This is, I want to say, yeah, of course, it's the China stock. So Young International, SY, and it's not a low float, but let's take a look, looking left on that monthly chart. 1520, so it's got some room on that monthly chart. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. 58. All right, so it's just a little bit above the high of last week. So now when we start looking left, the next high is 1520. So it's got some room. SY has got some room. I have no idea what happened to Pam. I have no idea. I have really no idea, no insight on what happened with Oasis. You'll have to do a search or something. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. Is it a reverse split or something? I really don't know. I mean, this is not up, 17,000%. I mean, it looks like it is, but it is not. Yeah, I don't see any news for SY other than it's going to report November 25th. But other than that, I don't see any specific news. All right, so there's Solo. Let's see if we can take out 10 again. I'm going to do this morning. Got up to 994, but in the after hours yesterday, it got up to 1050 for 1046 or so. Keep an eye on Solo for a 10 break. So they emerged from chapter 11. Okay, thank you. Kind of like, what was the other one that emerged? FTSI, how is it doing? So they emerged from bankruptcy also. Hey, we have the float right now for HPR. So now there's the float, 2 million. It really didn't do much in the pre-market. That's why it wasn't drawing my attention. But look at it now, HPR. This, of course, had a tremendous day yesterday. 748 all the way up to 1470, basically a double. There's that 200-day, still far enough away, 1659 or so, so that's still far enough away. That's about $3 away. Well, the float tells you how many shares are available for trading, Magnus. Okay, so the lower that, so the float is the supply of stock. How much stock is available for trading. So just think about anything else out there. If you have a low supply, so the float is low, and you have high demand, then the price goes up. On anything, think about any commodity out there. Almost time for my home analogy. And so the percentage, the short float percent, so when you've got a high short float percent, it means that that's excessive, 47%. I don't know if that's exactly correct, but I'm sure it's going to be a high float percent. So that means that lots and lots of people betting this one going down. So when a stock starts moving higher and higher and higher, these people who are short start to gag a bit and start to cover their positions. Covering their positions, meaning buying the stock, further fueling the feeding frenzy. Wow, look at this. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. What a pop for AYRO. I'm not in this anymore. Whew. So again, when I say I'm not in it, I took this, if you're in the room yesterday, I was really, really staring at this one, wanting to take this after hour or just before the market closed. I did. I took it at 627. I sold this morning, average of about 821 in the pre-market. And I was pretty happy, especially when it did this. But look at it now. Holy smokes. And, pretty low float, 21 million. I mean, this is now uncharted territory. This is not an IPO. I think I'm almost 100% sure it had a symbol name change right here. So that's why it looks like an IPO, but there's no way it was. Why? Just tell by the price. There's no IPO is going out at, and there it is halted now, yes, at $3. Oh, watching Solo now. Look how well it's holding. Over 10. What a day, guys. Look at SUNW. I mean, look at they're not talking about these ones on, well, maybe they're talking Solo or maybe they're talking, but they're not talking SUNW on CNBC. DCAR, that's right. So that was a reverse split a while back. That's right. On September 28th. Well, what to say, guys? There's the alert, 974. Alert here, A51. I mean, if Dan were in the room, he'd say, people, what do you want? What more do you want? Well, I'm doing some trading here, guys. There's the SY. I was just talking about the SY. Maybe struggling to get through that 1460. Not really. So, you know what? EVs again, guys. EVs again. Even though FUV kind of put a bit of a damper earlier on. But look at it now. I mean, they did the financing. And at 1325, I mean, it's above that financing price. It would not surprise me if it just wants to keep going. Yes, Arrow is halted. AYRO is halted. My guess is that Candy is What is Candy doing? So I mean, way above the financing. 1130, way above it. Now here goes Miso. Wow. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just no. It's not halted for security reasons. It's halted because it's math. That's all it is. It's just math. The stock goes up a certain amount in a certain period of time, and it'll get halted. It's just math. Okay, it's what they call, I mean, informally, a circuit breaker. Okay, so, and it's just math. It's not some guy sitting there going, I think I better halt this. And typically the halts are 5 minutes. You can see right there, got halted at 10:17 plus 39 seconds, and opened 10:22, five minutes later. Typically they are 5 minute halts. It's just sort of a rest, just a resting period. And this is one of the scans I'm sharing. So if you want, all the scans that I'm sharing can be accessed from here. So all my scans can be accessed right here from my homepage. I'm going to go over a lot more. Give me about 5 or 6 minutes, but if you want to access my scans, here they are. Just click here. Here are my scans, including, where are you? House resumes right there. So Cody's had an interesting day. Cody's definitely had an interesting day. It kind of did this yesterday. It fell and then it came right back up. Financing? What financing? FUV, very, very strong. So this did, I mean, again, guys, you can't just leave these alone, but there was the alert at 13.94, tacked on almost $1 before it started to fall. Now here's this one that is just creeps up. EGY, I mean, it still has some room to 2. EGY, it's had a great month. Basically doubled this month, EGY. It's not a crazy low float, 53 million in the float. So there is a slight disconnect now in the market, just a very, very slight one. You see NAS is up now, the Qs are up, Tech is up, just barely. Dow is down, SPY is down. No, okay, OGSX on the bounce now, okay. All right, guys, it's 10:27, so I think I'll start my spiel right now. Well, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I am live on the mic. And this is a free room. If you're thinking just because of the test drive, no, it is a free room. It's like this. It's been like this since October of 2015, a little over 5 years now. If you are a subscriber, and I'm just going to put my home page in here again. So on my home page, lots of good links. I'm going to go over a subscription link in just a second, but here's the trade of the week. If you want the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, you can do so, usually about 30 minutes to 45 minutes. The trades of the week, and the last 5 of them, have been stellar, absolutely stellar. You think it's easy to pick one stock and try to, hope it goes up for the balance of the week. It isn't, So Steve Gomez has done a tremendous job certainly in the last 5, and going back to April. I mean, it's kudos to him for doing this. So you can sign up for it. I do a recap, kind of our trading room recap. And here are all my scans. Click on my scans right here. Click here for education, and I always like to pop this one in on its own. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, you haven't taken a look at this, you are doing yourself a disservice. The 20 short lessons, really think it's very helpful. Excellent, Juan. Excellent. So there's that 20 lessons, 20 short lessons. So when you click on that link, this is what you'll see. 20 lessons in 20 days. You can go at your own pace. It will not take you 20 days, but all text-based, but covering all the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? What is an alert window? How to create them? Customizing charts. What's the single stock window? All of the really, really basic features that if you're brand new to the program, you might go, what do I do now? I think what you do now is take a look at this. And in that education link from my homepage, so the daily support sessions, there's a concurrent, call it trading room in YouTube. It's exactly like this. in terms of they can hear me, they can see my screen. Just not as many traders. You know, this room here is way more robust, a lot more traders. But you know, it's another way to hear me and see me. Not see me, but see my screen. So I moderate it between 9 and 12, and then one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. And today is Andy. So he'll moderate it between 12 and 1. You can head over there. I take a break between 12 and 12:30, so it's a good time. If you want to go over to the YouTube feed, you can do that. I will post the YouTube link in just before I go, but it's right there. The free trading room, of course. The daily webinars, we probably will have them Monday and Tuesday next week. No guarantee. Almost guarantee we will not have it on Wednesday. Once we get back to a new our schedule, it'll be Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And they're all free, and they're all archived. Next week, in case you don't know, you're in Europe or oblivious in Canada, U.S. markets are closed on Thursday and open half a day on Friday. Education videos right here, and trading books. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can do so, but I would hold off. I mean, if you don't need it right now, we will have a better promo code, but I mean, if you can't wait, give me a second here. I'll just give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. There's the promo code, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. So we have the premium annual, $22.68 a year, or the standard, $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. If you want to follow along what the AI does, this is what has happened today. Kind of an iffy day. But anyway, that's what the AI is. And if you want to follow along, then you need our premium service. There are other differences, but that's the main reason that people take our premium service. You do not have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. So $118 a month, less than 15%, or $228, less than 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium, or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15% promo code. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the AI and Brokerage Plus. Give me a moment here as I size my window. Okay. Yeah, everything you see here, you can create your own scans, your own fill. You know, yes, that's part of the standard plan. The big difference is the AI. Okay, with premium, you have back testing. Yes, you can. If you're into back testing your own strategies, you need the premium service. But the major difference is the AI. All right, I want to go over what the AI is all about, and we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work to optimize these strategies. That is what happened last night. Once the market closed, out of the 50 strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. All right, why they made the cut? It's just profit factor, win percentage combination. Okay, I wouldn't worry too much about why a strategy makes a cut, except the fact that it does. Okay, in order to watch, this is what I would do. Solo guys. I'm sure you probably know why I'm going solo guys. From the toolbar, if you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, here's your window. And you just, you'll get the alert. You have an entry price, you have a stop price. Manage the trades as you see fit. That's about all I can really say. Ugh, Solo, Solo. So I bet you Candy's moving too. I mean, Solo, Candy. Wow. All right, so that's the AI, and I mean, just when you get the alerts, just manage them as I don't know. I use the phrase as you see fit. There's not so many alerts. I use it like a watch list. There was only one that I'm really kind of interested in, and because I like to concentrate on the ones under $20, but that's just me. DTIL right back up. So what was the news on DTIL? There was some news. Oh, that's right. Eli Lilly and Precision announced a genome, I guess, a collaboration, and so that was the news this morning. You look at it, popped up to 14.19, fell a lot. Okay, I do want to talk about what you're seeing here. This is the Brokerage Plus window. Wow, look. Why am I not still in Arrow? Boy, oh boy. What a move, guys. Where did it alert here? 8:51, 9:33 now. Wow. Okay. So this is the Brokerage Plus window. Now, Brokerage Plus is only available if you will download the app. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Okay? Two ways to use Brokerage Plus. And I want to pop this link into the room first. And just give me a moment here. Give me a moment here, guys. All right, so two ways to use it. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account with Solo. Oh, man. Okay. You can do so. Okay. Watch that video. It goes into all the ins and outs about using this Brokerage Plus window and trading. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can do things like set up your own buying and shorting parameters. The video goes into exactly how you can do all that. What I mean by that is, okay, let's say you click on DTIL, you like the chart, you like what it's doing. You go back, you right click, trade, hover over trade, and what you have set up ahead of time will show up. So is it auto trading? It is not auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. I mean, if you size up the chart really quickly and you want to trade it, you just go back and pick, boom, you're done. Okay? Well, Paul, I don't know. I don't know how I can help you. You're clicking on live, and you've got the right port selected and all that. I can't really go into any more detail than that because, of course, I don't know what you're doing. And you've watched the video because it really goes into detail about how to connect Interactive Brokers and trade ideas. That video, if you haven't watched it already. So that is one way to use Brokerage Plus. Okay, only works with an Interactive Brokers account now. We are looking to add TDA and maybe E-Trade down the road, but please do not ask me when that's going to happen. Now, the other way to use it, and highly recommend, is as paper trader simulated trading. And if you're new to trading, or if you know what, you have some ideas and you think, well, I wonder if this one would work, so you can practice trading your idea. And it's so simple. All you do is click on Sim, and this will load, and it's using our real-time data. So it doesn't matter what broker you're using. Okay, doesn't matter. It's using our real-time data. You know, and before I go through all that, I should always preface this because people get the wrong idea. They think, well, unless you have an Interactive Brokers account, I can't use Trade Ideas because I have to use Brokers Plus to trade using Trade Ideas. No, 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 no. Okay. First and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. We happen to link with many trading platforms. We have what we call an external linking tool, external linking, and we link with many brokerage platforms. What does linking do? It's a time saver. That's all it is. You click on an alert and it'll load into your brokerage platform. Then from within your brokerage platform, you trade. Okay? So that's what linking is. It's a time saver. We can take it one further step. If you do happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, then yes, you can use this window to actually trade that account. But it's absolutely not mandatory. Okay, so I just want people to really understand that. You can use any broker you want with Trade Ideas. We're a scanner first and foremost. Boy, there's a lot happening. I can just see. Another one, IDRA. So how to do it? So what you see here, these are. I bought these some earlier in this week. So these are what we'll call swing trades. And so you can practice swing trading using the Brokerage Plus. If you take a trade today and you don't close it out at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So here's how you do it. Really simple. Let's click on an alert. Notice the symbol shows up, so I clicked on IDRA. The symbol shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. So what is, it's a bit of a spread issue on that one at 438, 450, so I certainly wouldn't go into market on that one. Let's take a look at AVEO. I just want to show you how easy it is to do. Let's just take glue. Okay, we'll just take glue right now. I'll buy a couple hundred shares of it. I'm going to go in at the market. It's only a 1 cent spread. So notice it took glue. There it is, right up there. 200 shares at 9.37. Always, 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 always have a stop. I'm going to put a pretty wide stop on this. You should always know what your stop is ahead of time. I'll put it down here though, the bottom of that candle. So my stop is going to be at 9.20. I can add the stop order. And you'll see that it'll appear right on the chart. Okay. So you see it appears right on the chart. And so if I allowed it to go down to 9.20, I'd be taken out for a $34 loss. If I can put a target if I want. I'll just put a target in just to show you how to do it. And I'll put a $10 target in, pretty aggressive target. And you'll see up here, so if I allowed it to go up to 10 and take me out, I'd be up $126. If it goes down to 9.20, I'd be out 34. Okay? Now these lines are movable. So if this trade starts working well, I can use this like a trailing stop. I can start moving it up to areas on the chart that start making sense, whether it's a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I should probably be out of the trade. Same thing with the target. If it starts moving towards the target, I don't have to let it take me out. I can always move that line up. Now you don't have to do it visually on a chart. If I want, these are hotkeys. So I just highlight. Flatten gets me out of the position. Half gets me out of half. Double will double. Okay, so these are hotkeys you can use. Or I could go in here. If I only want to sell 50 shares, I just type in 50, the price I want. So it's a very, very simulator to use, and it's using our real-time data. Okay, guys, so that hopefully you understand all of that. And so practice trading before you commit money to the market. Practice trading. So Juan, yes, Juan, everything I did here is part of the standard service. Okay, to paper trade. The only time you need our premium service is if you wanted to auto trade anything. Okay, and if you're new to trading, forget about auto trading. Okay, practice, practice, practice. You know, if you wanted to create your own strategy and back test it, and then you wanted, you know, you were convinced you could auto trade it, fine. But, you know, it's certainly not necessary. So all of what I just did here, even to the, you know, you can set up these. So this is not auto trading, but like I said, it's very, very close. Personally, you know, before I would want to take anything, I would like to see what it looks like on the chart. I would like to just take a quick glance at the market. What's the market doing before I would enter the trade anyway? So I would, so if I like it, then again, I could just right click and pick how I want to trade it. So within 5 seconds, you could be in a trade. Meanwhile, GLUU is moving higher here. Again, guys, look at the market. The market's not doing anything. It's not helping any of the things that we're looking at. It's not helping at all. These are classic, you know, they don't care what the market's doing. You talking right here, the stop price? Is that what you mean? Yeah, well, that's where I put my stop. So it would get me out of there. If I allowed it to go run automatically, that's where it would get me out of the, that's where it would get me out. Just a column you can add. Here's a target. You know, just a column you can add. Oh, solo, guys. You got to know. I'm not sure when I'm going to get out of it. I mean, these that you know, not XPEV now is the king. I mean, NIO, but XPEV is the king right now. No, it's yeah, not yet. Talked about it yesterday, but no final word. I don't have a timeline. I can't say yeah by Tuesday it's going to be working. All that has to happen now, if you're used to the back tester and you click on the calendar, you know that all you have to do is click on the date, and you'll see all the trades you've made. So we're talking about the calendar. So you'll be able to track all the trades you're making in simulation mode, and then eventually, if you are connecting to your IB account. Yeah, I'm sure it must be working. Yeah, it's working. I can't tell you why yours isn't, but I just back testing this one, and it's working. Okay, so I'm not sure what's going on with you. Well, I've got more than a Barry buck on solo, and but you know what I'm all about, real. What am I all about? I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting. Mm, Come on, Real. You know what I'm all about. National pride for sure. Proud to be a Canadian. Well, it's possible then, I don't know what sort of filters you've got going. Thank you. There's Rodax Hair, percentage gains. Now, Real, normally I'm surprised. Normally he would do this. I'm all about the percentage gains. It's typically why I like the stocks under $20. We've been apart too long, Real. You would have. Look, it's solo, guys. Now notice, I don't tell you to buy anything. I don't tell you to sell anything. I mean, it's up to you. All I can do is, show you my watch list. You could probably hear the excitement in my voice. The solo when it got over 10, and when FUV was running and Candy. So let me bring this down a little bit here. Now, I would actually say there's probably too many alerts for my watch list today, but and as I said yesterday, guys, this is a Vancouver company, Solo. I actually, a couple of years ago, I met one of the founders at a car show. Very cool little, there's a little three-wheel device, but they also have a very, very cool sports car. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to get one. It's not cheap. It's a roadster. Well, glue. So this was the practice trade I took for glue, and yeah, I mean, it may. I think what you guys are talking about is shorting it now, or getting close to a short, way above the 30, I think. All right, guys, I will. What time is it right now? 10:54. We'll be back about 11 o'clock. Dom, just so you know, they're looking to short it. Anything could be a swing trade, KM. Okay, I mean, I know I repeat myself all the time, but everything you see here, these because they're making new highs for the day, then that's why I'm always suggesting to people that if you have a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart up, then look left to see what sort of room it has. If you are, of a mindset that you want to swing, then just watch to see how something like an IDRA how it closes at the end of the day. Now it is a bio, okay? It is a bio, so you got to be a little bit careful. But it's swing trading, day trading, 2-day trading. It's a mindset. Now we do have something that's called. You can check these out from the toolbar. I think one is called Account Builder. Account Builder, you can take a look at the alerts you're getting from there. Another one is called, what is it called? Trending, even. Swing Ideas. I don't know if Swing Ideas is even here anymore. Swing Ideas used to be here. Oh, there we are, Swing Ideas. So you can check those out, all right? But just get into the habit of everything we're doing here. everything we're doing here, in theory, has some room to keep moving. Especially for my watch list, because that's how my watch list has been designed. But give me, I'll be right back at 11 o'clock, okay? Be back at around 11. Okay. No, there isn't KD. They're looking at trying to up it a little bit, but no, right now there is no. There's not an option to get data before 6:45. Whew! Look at IDRA. So I just want to show you how you can get out of a trade. So I'm going to get out of the glue trade. I'm going to flatten it. Okay. Oh, I appreciate that, Mike. I do appreciate that. Somebody from the YouTube feed. Thank you very much. Well, so I'm still hanging on to the Mara. I will make a decision by the end of the day whether or not I'm going to hold it. I'm in at whatever 327. So I'm going to make a decision by the end of the day. If it goes down below 327 or to the 320s, I'll probably get out of it again. And it's just not ready yet. That's just me. You know what, guys? Keep an eye on this DTIL. The reason being is that look what it did before the market opened, 1413. Okay, and then it fell, and it did have legitimate news. I'm gonna have a partnership with Lilly, I think, and so I mean, it's still up 17%, good volume, 7.8 times normal. All right, guys. So I've taken some of the solo off. I mean, I just almost got to $12. Wow. So I took most of it off. I'm going to hold on. If it's below 11, I'm going to get rid of the balance I've got. Is work? Is it really? That's been the Yeah, I mean it's through the 200-day now. Again, it's been really, really, really lagging the rest of them. No, wow, I got out of the GLUU in the practice. I was just showing you how you can take trades, how you can flatten them. It's still on the move here. Dada. Oh, that's right. I forgot about this one. This is an IPO from way back. Well, way back. June seems like way back. Well, I'm sure you guys wanting to short something. I'm sure you might be looking at GMHI. Look at GMHI. This is one of those SPACs, and it is definitely shortable. The question was, do I? No, not really. I mean, the question was, do I want to take the ones with the big relative volume in my watch list? Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't really even watch it. I mean, it has to be a minimum of one to be in there. It's more how it's trading. I look to see how it's trading. I look left to see how much room it might have. It just happens that most of them are going to be, really high relative volumes. But it's not that I'm going to go, well, I'm only going to take the ones over 10. Okay. Okay, Cindy, look this up. SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company. These are created. They have money in them, and they're basically looking for something to buy to merge with. So they're not a company exactly. They've just been funded, and then they're looking for something to buy. But if you look it up, you'll get the full definition. They have been the absolute craze this year. They existed before this year, but this year they have exploded. It's a cheaper, quicker way for a lot of companies to go public. So if they can attract some SPAC, then well, look at Solar right back up again. Wow. As I said, I wanted to hold it if it held 11. So okay, now you're really pumping the CDE, okay? I get the fact you're really pumping the CDE, okay? So we hear you, right? But that's probably enough, okay? So Rick, 1951. Is premium trade ideas? So I'm not sure I understand the question. I don't know what you mean. Is premium trade ideas? Trade Ideas has 2 subscriptions, one's standard and one's premium, if that's what you do mean. So the premium version is, yeah, well, $228 on a monthly basis, and the standard is $118 on a monthly basis. So the premium, so there's Dada as an example. So there's the AI at work, entry 4150. So it's up 4% right now. RMED 675. This is an interesting one to me now. The RMED, if it takes out 7. So that is what most people looking to have a premium service is because they do want to have access to the AI. But you certainly, I mean, there's enough going on with Trade Ideas and our standard service. Okay, so Rick, are you in the YouTube feed also? And if you're not, then just do a refresh with the audio. Anybody with audio issues, just do a refresh right there. Okay. So I mean, if you're in the YouTube feed also, well, mute. I would mute the audio in the YouTube feed, because I think there is a bit of maybe a minor delay. So if you have them both up and running, yeah, it'll confuse you. You too, a rare earth. Have a great weekend. I hope it works out for you. I obviously I do hope it works out for you. What a morning. I say that every day. I know I say it every day, but it's true. What a morning. So are you talking about the test drive? The test drive ends today. The room is like this all the time, though. It's a free room all the time. But the test drive does end today, yes, if that's what you're talking about. Rodax here. You obviously go back, don't you? I know why you're saying that. There's a little tear to my eyes. I think I know why you're saying, why you phrased it like that. Guys, I mentioned the detail. Just, why is it interesting? Because look at what it did in the pre-market. Now, that might have been very brief, but look what it did. $14 in the pre-market, 14.13. Yeah, okay, Rodax, yeah, you know why. I mean, guys, this is look at FUV. I mean, for those of you who are kind of new to trading, this never ever ever used to happen. Certainly not on the day of, but I mean, again, they had a financing. Look what this is, the pre-market. Look at the reaction right there. There's the financing. Look at that candle, got all the way down to $12, just under $12. Okay, they announced the financing at $13.25. Look at the price, $16.12. This is just, it's unbelievable. It's at the high of yesterday. It's above yesterday's high now. FUV. And climbing. So even late, 1624. Let's see what this does. Wow. Well, I'm not taking them both, but the solo is right now good enough for me. But this is what it's all about, guys. You identify a hot sector and, you stick with it until it isn't. I mean, right now, this EV, and we have the EV channel. You click on new, channel bar, and with a little car going here, EV related. And this is what you'll see. I'll just make sure I've got them all pinned. Let's take a chance here. I mean, look. I'm sure you'll see FUV right at the top here. There it is, right there. Right there. This is the EV channel, guys. Electric vehicle channel. So what it has in here, it has, PEC maybe shouldn't be in here then. I don't know why I thought PEC and SunW were, but anyway, I can make a change. Meanwhile, so I'm just going to close all these unpinned ones. Meanwhile, look at KXIN. Oh, solo. Oh. You see, this is why I don't know how long this has been like this, but look at the trends on these. I mean, look at the 5-minute chart on solo. A little pullback there, a little bit of pullback there. In other words, we're not seeing a lot of these stocks that we're following. We're not seeing these big chops up and down that really can, destroy your confidence about trying to hold them. Get little pullbacks, that's okay. A little pullback, that's okay. Even on the 2 minute, a little two pullback, base, a little bit of stronger pullback. But the thing is that they're trending, and that's all we want. Trending stocks. I mean, look at KXIN. Yeah, that pullback here, little one there, little base here, and then the pop. We're not talking about things that were up here and then move all the way back down here, then back up and then back down, which really, again, makes it really, really difficult to hang on. And FUV is just crazy. I did not take that one, but happy to be still in the solo. FUV had earnings, so earnings are behind it. Had earnings on the 16th. Pre-market, so that's the 16th. So right there, that was its earnings day, and it was advancing a little bit above before that. Then look what happened the day after. It looked like, oh, maybe it's over. And then, wow. I mean, we're talking about almost a triple. There's 680, 1780, not quite a triple. You mean this total? This is today. I'm sorry. Do I have total here? I don't even think I have total here. I'm not sure. I don't have total here. I have the max P&L. I've got the open P&L, today's P&L. So there's total P&L. I mean, so is that what you mean? I'll add it. I don't know. I've never used it. So let me just add it to see what it looks like. Oh, if you're talking about this, that total? Yeah, I don't even use this. I have to admit, I don't even don't have it up. So this is today, 396. That's what's happened today. From the trades that I was in before. This is how, and but these are these. This is the total, obviously, of what I'm up, including the swing trades. I guess that's what that means. I should know, but I haven't really looked at it like that. Well, this is what's open. Open P&L is open. Okay, so I'm still in these trades. 400 shares here, 500 here. Got in at 881. Its last is 924. So that's the open. Okay, now today, because what it's looking at is, okay, where did CLF, where was it today when it opened today? What price? So from today, I'm up 138. Same with the Mara. From where I got in a couple of days ago, from 299 to 342, that open P&L is 215. Just today's action is 162. Okay? Well, guys, look at the volume that came into solo. Look at the volume. So I'll be shutting the room down in 8 minutes. Well, I'm just kidding, GKK. What more can I do today? I mean, no. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, short week is next week. I don't know what I'm going to do on Friday. Yeah, I'll open the room probably. I will open the room, but I think I may just literally open it at 9:30. Probably won't do any pre-market stuff. It's only open for a couple hours, I think, 2.5 hours, something like that, and I may not even get on the mic. All right, guys, man, oh man, I'm just, I'm actually more stunned by FUV because it's the financing is just it's not non-existent. No, they didn't really raise that much money. It was only 1.1 million shares, so it's the dilution is not horrible. Well, I talked about it to Torps, and by the time it moved so fast that by the time I would have typed in that's 1024 was I think it was already at 1068 or something. So, it's just a matter of I said I love it just over 10, and I got in at 1024, and I've sold some out. I've sold some at 1170, but I got it right about here. And I sold some, unfortunately, right up here. Yeah, the Mara was something that I've been talking about for a long time, of course, and so I had time to post it in, but I just don't feel right if I posting something at 1024 and it's already at 1060 and it just shot up like that. Anyway, so Mara again, all it has to do is take out 350. Oops, not Nara, but Mara. I haven't even looked at Candy. What is it doing? Yeah, I mean, no, it's negative still, and it hasn't. But it's still above. I mean, look, 1130. It's still way above the financing price. You know what? I mean, if this goes positive, this could have another run just like the FUV. Now, would have to get up to 1447. I'm going to stick an alert there. Okay, so now reading. So they make a three-wheeled electric vehicle like Solo does. That's why they're called Fun Utility Vehicle or FUV. I see. But Solo has, I know that they've been producing, and I know they have been selling. I don't know about FUV to be honest. Yeah, they are kind of crazy looking. Okay, well, you're looking for something on the short side. Q-Fin on the way down, November 19th post market. So this released earnings after hours yesterday. Look at the reaction after hours, the move area. Great reaction pre-market. Market opens down. Need to help. It's enclosed. It looks like a little car. It is enclosed. Well, I mean, so happy for these guys. Oh yeah, it's enclosed. It's not like one of those three-wheeled motorcycles. It's not like that. Go to the website. It's Electromechanica. This is what their Roadster looks like. Okay, it's not cheap. That's the Roadster. But this is what the car. This is the three-wheeler. It's crazy looking. Just one. No, that's their Roadster. I mean, I saw it. I actually saw it. Yeah, I mean, it's a market. It's a niche market for those who just need one car, one seat. You can go get your groceries. You can commute downtown, things like that. It's it is a niche market, but even a red bar ignored for FUV. Even a red bar ignored. So look at that alert, 1624. Probably thought, wow, that's that. How can you buy it? It's already way extended. Where was the alert for Solo? 974. I didn't get it until 1024. That's why I'm saying, guys, you get these alerts, you don't have to act on them right away. They're not designed. They're not designed, for like to get 5 6 cents out of them. Yeah. Well, luckily in Vancouver, we don't get a foot of snow generally, so oh, So Solo is not shortable for me, not that I want to short it. And FUV is also not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Hard to look at anything else. I know it's just, it's... Ooh, except that one. Shoot. Remember I was saying this is the one I was interested in from the AI? 675, the RMED. And I just kind of lost sight of it. Yeah, Rodex here. It does feel like the market is soaring, doesn't it? Because all the things that we're seeing are just going crazy. And yet, the market is not soaring. Do I use price alerts? Yeah. Just too much going on. I mean, even if I had a price alert, I suppose I could have put a price alert just over 7, I guess. But let's take a look at this right now. Where is this out of? I mean, this still has room. Maybe up to the 8 level, maybe. Is that right? Okay. The reverse split a couple of days ago. Okay. 2 days ago, really. Why that doesn't show up in my headlines? There it is. Okay, yeah, 1 for 25 reverse split. All right, guys, time is at 11:36, so I will be... Okay, we have the new guy in the YouTube feed at noon, okay, Chris? So he'll be looking after the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. Eventually, we won't be calling him the new guy anymore. All right, a breather. So the SPY is starting to move up a little bit here. So again, with small disconnect. Tech up, Dow's a little down, SPY's a little down. A breather in that, oh, there we go, our MED just made another new high. So I'm just looking for some news in RMED. So a lot of times what you'll see a stock do a reverse split, and then maybe if the guys are quote unquote smart, Within a week or so, they try to pump out any sort of a press release to kind of get the interest back. We see that quite a bit, but I don't see anything today for RMED. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly compared to the rest of them slipping. So, Rick, what are you talking about? Are you talking about when you go onto a channel and it only shows you like an amount like that? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, nothing you can do about that. Now, this is what you can do though. So for those of you who are new, and you don't have to even, wow, look at Solo now, over 13. Or I'm sorry, it was over 13. It's now second, pulling back a little bit. Sorry, I was thinking 14, but yeah. So this is what you're talking about. So yes, you can't make it a full screen, but this is what I would do. You can go through every channel, all right, and you can start to see, okay, maybe I'd like to see this one. Because as you know, when you go to a new channel, your layout, because everything in a channel bar is a layout, so that layout will disappear. Doesn't mean that you can't, if you want, you can just take the window, you can take a look at what it's looking at. If you want to add some filters, maybe a price range if you're interested in a different price range, or minimum volume, things like that. So for instance, if I wanted to only look at stocks between 1 and 20 and say a minimum volume of 250,000. So you see how I've now changed that? So this is the original filter, so they're up or down at least 2%. Now I've changed. So if that's what I wanted, then I could say okay. And then I could save it. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, so I've saved it into the cloud. If you make a change here, and then you come back to it, the change is not saved. Just so you know. The reason why is that all of these channels are for everybody. So, just because you want to, and I'm not talking to you specifically, but, a person might want to only look at a certain price range or a minimum volume. Other people might have a different idea. So that's why everything in the channels, all these channels are not, you can't customize, you can't make a change. And then when you come back to the channel, the change will not be retained. But my recommendation is you go through the various channels and you start extracting windows that you might want to take a look at. And once you've done that, then you can start bringing back those windows to create your own layout one by one. File, load from cloud, and you see there it is up here, electric vehicle related. Okay, so it's on another monitor. So there it is. So I can start bringing back, the extracted windows one by one, and construct a layout like that. I could add some charts. Once you've done that, then you just give your layout a name, file, save or share to cloud. Probably click on entire layout, give it a name, and then save it. So now you've created a layout without having to know, you didn't have to know how to do this at the beginning. Again, and if you don't want to customize it, that's fine. Customize it, in other words, add some volume requirements and price range. You don't have to do that. So that would be my recommendation, is to go through each channel and take a look at the windows the scans that we've created. And yes, to top it all off, my Seahawks won last night. Yes. Somebody just. Yeah. Yeah, work is interesting to me. I mean, I've never really understood why it has lagged so far behind the rest of them. We use work, well, we use Slack. Okay, yeah, it's over the VWAP, 1290, well, way above it. 1299 is the VWAP, so it's way above the VWAP. And yeah, nice move here on some volume too. They emerged from bankruptcy. That was their news this morning. I don't think so. I don't think, I may be wrong. I didn't think Work was a Canadian company. No, San Francisco based. Yeah, we use Slack. We got off Skype, I don't know, 2 years ago, and we use Slack. It's okay. I mean, I don't mind it. Just a commodity. All right, guys. Here's the next one on the hit parade. Look at Net Element on the move here. Low float. 4.2 million in the float. It is shortable, so. Oh, I didn't realize that, Bolsano. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to put if you want to head over to YouTube at noon, I'm going to just give you the link. I'll be taking off in about 10 minutes. Yeah, Fuel Cell did not partake in today's rally at all. A little bit, but now it's basically flat. Okay, just having a little bite here. Okay, sorry about that. Little bite there. Oh, glad to hear that, Sunil. Um, yeah, I'm not sure I would call them recommendations, and we certainly talk about them. But in terms of recommendations, I'm not, as you know, I don't say, okay, guys, you should buy this. But when you hear me talking about something, I suppose, and I'm talking about levels. I mean, then it's up to you, of course, to get in or out. All right, what's this market doing? Nothing. Well, just as I said that, there's a big red bar. Big red bar in the market. Who's your broker, Marty? Because I'm just looking at somebody saying they're shorting a BKYI, and no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, well, the bloom appears to be off briefly, just briefly for them. Still kind of interested in the candy now. Maybe I shift focus to candy. What it's doing here. I'm going to watch what the rest of them are doing. Kind of a base here. We get some volume to push it up. Off the financing. It's still way above the financing price. 1130. Now they raised $100 million. So they did raise a lot more than FUV did. Is that right? Okay, isn't that interesting? One Stevie. Isn't that interesting? That didn't make any sense to me. All right, guys, I'm just getting ready to take my break, probably in about 5 minutes or so. Is it? Let me just see. Oh, I see. Yeah, correction. Citigroup upgraded Cody to buy, set 10. So that's two of them: J.P. Morgan and Citigroup. Oh, and sim trading. Oh, okay. I see. One of the things I would do, Marty, though, also, if you can't short it for real, I probably wouldn't do it. So now, if your broker had shorts, I don't know who your broker is, but if your broker had shorts for BKYI, fine. But if your broker did not have shorts, then I wouldn't do a simulation trade on it. BVXV. Yeah, it's a great, nice move actually. BVXV, low float, 11 million in the float. I don't know if it's a flu vaccine, but it's a nice, it's a nice pop. Lots of room, of course. If I don't know what happened here, I mean, it's sort of remember this day. I sort of remember this now. Yeah, we always, people. This was a bio. They just got absolutely thumped. So it's trying to come back. I don't see any news on it, but it is trying to come back. Yes. Okay, so there you go. But I Well, Marty, it's a matter. It's your broker will tell you if you can short stocks. It's not a matter of bio stocks or any sector. It's just a matter of it's just a matter of finding, seeing if your broker has shorts. If Interactive Brokers, when you look at the order entry right underneath the symbol, there's a little shortable. So if it's a big green dot, it means it's shortable. If it's a faded green dot, it means in theory they can try to find stocks or shares for you. If I see that, I just disregard it. And then the odd time, you see a big red dot, which means no shorts available. So it's not a matter of a sector. It's just your broker will have the information. Well, if you're asking me to get into it, I can't recommend that. That dry. I can't recommend doing anything like that. I don't see any news on it. Why it's doing the pop. Oh, he meant BVXV. I'm talking to somebody in YouTube. BVXV. Okay, that's what he meant. Not BVXB. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in here. I'll be taking off very soon. And just want to do one other thing before I take off. Wow. Another big wow. Look at the volume it's coming in. I mean, this is, yeah, 2 minute volume coming in for KXIN. Still don't even, I still do not see, other than the fact that it's a China, it's a China, maybe they think, I don't know, I don't think they make an EV. Subsidiaries operate as used car dealers, so, but it's in the market or that sector. Okay, Chris, you can start right now. Okay, you can hear me. I'm gonna stop my stream right now. So I'll see you just before 1 o'clock. Okay.
All right, everybody with me? Do you guys have audio? Can you hear me in the YouTube room here? Ah, perfect. Excellent, excellent. All right, so my name's Chris Varley. I'm filling in for Andy today. He's taking a personal day. I'll turn it up a little bit for you if I'm low. All right, good to know. All right, I turned it up a little bit. Let me know if that's a little better for you. So open floor here. I don't have anything really prepared. I'm sure I can fill the time as I love to babble on, but start throwing your questions at me. Anything I can demonstrate, help with. How would I design an alert related strategy and backtest to try to trade stocks with large ATRs? I don't know. There, Bart. I would start with trial and error because I've never used ATRs at all. I'm a very, very, very simple trader. I tried to go very complex with a lot of things, but I've ended up. I'm more of a swing trader now than a day trader. Day trading just didn't fit my mentality, my style, and I'm more of a coming out of bases kind of trader and drawing, what I think are good support resistance lines. So my suggestion to you, Bart, would be, get something in mind of what you're trying to do and just start throwing at numbers and values. This is where I would start. Hey, Mike C, how are you? So, I'd start a new alert window here. And my thinking stocks with large HRs give you a large opportunity to catch a chunk of that move. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I know what average true range is. I don't use it in any way. So let's just start throwing some values here and, have some fun with it. So we'll come to we just really have one average true range filter. So what I did was for anybody new watching following, I came to the new tab up here and I clicked that and I clicked new alert window and I came over to the Windows specific filter and I just erased all the predefined filters that populate there. It would start completely blank, okay, and then I hid all the unused filters that I can. These filters kind of just stay no matter what you do when you hit the hide. We come back over to the search tab over here. Search terms, we're going to look for average. Several averages that we see. We can scroll down. I'm still low, you're saying. All right, let's crank it up. If I get too loud, tell me, but I've cranked it up max now, so hopefully that's going to get us there. All right, so We're going to scroll down here, and here we have our average true range, and then just a function if people don't know this already. Something I like to show, it'll help you, certainly helped me as a user over the years. When you click any of these filters or alerts, you can do it two ways. We can right click and we're going to get help, or we can just simply left click on it and we have the help here. We click help and we are going to see this. And so here are, that's what that gave me. So it tells me average true range, classic formula, which uses daily candlesticks to estimate the volatility of a stock. We use a standard 14 period to compute the average true range. So that's what we're looking at here for that filter. And so, we're going to add that filter. And then we have this here in the middle, which I really like, that that magnifying glass. It's the show me function. We click on that show me function, and here we have our minimum and maximum values, and we can start adding them there. So I'm just going to plug any random thing in here, and it's going to tell me now with that one in the minimum, show me stocks where the average true range is at least one. And we'll just throw 5 in here for fun, and now we say the average true range is between 1 and 5. Booming through like Motley Crue. I like that. Thanks, Mike. If it's too loud now, I can dial it back a little bit. So I was inching it up, and it seemed to not be getting some people enough. So that's where I would start, Bart. I don't know exactly what you're looking for in average true range. It's not a filter that I'm familiar with, or technical indicator that I'm really familiar with. So I wouldn't even know where to start. Uh, from here, if it was me, I would either do some kind of Google search or a YouTube search of people using that filter, seeing how they're using it, and then seeing how it might apply to what I'm looking for. The other thing that I'll throw at you here is I'm gonna click OK to leave that in. Is what price range are we looking for? So I think you were talking about shop or something like that. So I mean that's like way up there in price, ain't it? Shop. So, you're looking at higher price stocks. So let's say a minimum of $10, and let's go to a maximum of $3,000 or something like that. And then, that's a liquid stock. So let's say we're talking about stocks that are trading at least 500,000 shares per day. So what I did here is I came to the price filter. I put a minimum of 10, maximum of 3,000. The average daily volume, which is going to be taken over the last 10 days. Or excuse me, this is the volume today. That's going to be 500,000 shares. So we don't want to see stocks that have traded less than 500,000 shares today. Maybe we'll take, we can look at in search, we can go, let's bring up another volume filter. So volume, let's say we're taking an average daily volume over the last, let's call it 10 days. So we know something, it's not only liquid today, but it's been liquid. And we'll throw, let's say for fun, 300,000 in there. At least it's averaging. All right. And so that might be a good jumping point for you, I think, there. As, what you're talking about are very liquid stocks for sure. And we'll just put that up like that. And then, I mean, if you want, I'll give you that as a template. I'll share it here. Don't know that it's anything special, obviously, as ATR is not my wheelhouse. But let's drop that there. And there you go. And that's at least a template for you to work off of, and then you can, go through all those filters on your own and, add or subtract filters and play with it. That's the best way to learn the software is to play with it. You can't hurt it. As you're doing stuff, save it to the cloud as you move forward. So if you change something you don't like that change, you have the previous setting to refer back to, and that's how I do it when I'm testing and back testing things like that. I don't do a ton of back testing anymore myself. I kind of really just run one evening scan and that's it. I am trying to work on some kind of swing stuff, but I'm not putting a lot of effort into it. So, um, yeah, Dre, I can't go up any more than that. That's the max on my volume setting here. I mean, as far as the microphone goes for this, I just don't know if there's a local setting maybe I can find for you here. Yeah. No, that's it. That's it for me. All right. So, Dre, if you can turn me up a little bit on your end, maybe in the local settings for YouTube or something like that. So, all right, we knocked out a. Can you share that one scan that I use? Absolutely, but keep in mind, it's a scan that I use that's based on my written. I don't really have it written down anymore necessarily, but my trading plan, my, these are the questions that I have answers to every time I go to make a trade is what gets me in when I'm getting in, what is my stop, what is my target, and what is my share size based on those. I don't really have a time frame ever on a trade. I won't say I get out of something because I'm bored, but if something does look like it gets a little stagnant, a day, 2, 3, 4 days, and there's no real liquidity coming in or out, that would be another cause for me getting out. But that's how the scan functions for me. We're going to copy and we are going to drop that here for you. So there we go, and we'll drop that in, and let's. We're gonna load the scan, and I'm just gonna go over real quick what that scan does. I've actually, if someone's been here before and I've given it to them before, I actually updated the scan a little bit, just added another filter or part to the filter. If I can click the right buttons here, just to filter out some of the other noise that I didn't really want that was coming through. So my evening scan, there we go. So this is what it is. Now, what I do for this scan is I wait till a little bit after the market closes and I keep it on time frame of live during market hours. I'm not looking at live always. So I want to see how the thing's settled. I don't want after hours affecting it at all. And this scan is really, really simple. I am looking for stocks that are between $4 and $25. I want a relative volume of one throughout the day. Uh, like to see some liquidity that they are 350,000 shares traded today. I want it closing at least 75% above the low of the day's range, and I want it closing in between 85% above of the 20-day range, but no more higher than 110% above the low of the 20-day range. And I like to keep the float to the what I'll consider the lower side, 250 million in the float. And this is just how I sort it by the biggest close in dollar on top. Actually, that's not right. I like to sort by percent. We're gonna go right in here and change that. I didn't realize that had changed on me, and that change is made for me. And because I made a change, let's quickly save it to the cloud. Right click, save, evening scan, number 3. And there you go. So that's that. And so basically, what that looks for, uh, I'm looking for certain kinds of patterns, more kind of cup and handle patterns. Sorry, I had another question that was coming in here in another chat. I just wanted to answer them, trying to get into this here so they can see what's going on in the chat. So this is what I'm looking for. Let's see if any of these are going to give me kind of the pattern that I'm looking for. Nope. I'm going to move this and let's expand it daily. All right. I'm looking for kind of cup and handle-ish patterns. I'm not seeing what I want to show you so far. All right. Now this has some interest to me, but it's got to do a little more here on the daily to get me there. But let's get a drawing tool, and this is to give you an idea of what I'm looking for. So we've got a long established base here. However, what I don't like is that we got blocked up here. All right. So we started with a base that was here, but we failed here. All right. And we've come back down, but we've established this is still the floor for now. And we're rolling back out of that. However, that level tells me that that is the room that it has to run if it can break right now. Because it's had that fail here and we have that 200 day that's right there, that equals me only putting it on the kind of sort of I'm interested list. It's not making the main cut of the my filtered list. Now, if it can make it above this level, that's not a bad gap to be filling from this level here. And that gets me very interested. But the idea is these kinds of bases that are right there, I would have loved it if it had come back down to here and then built almost like steps up. But that wasn't what we got. So that's an okay example of what I'm looking for. I got one. Here's one that I was in and out of recently. I sold too early yesterday, but that's the name of the game. So if we look at this here, this is something that I was in for a few days. I got out yesterday on that pullback in the market, unfortunately early. I mean, you don't see it on the daily bar, that pullback, but in the intraday chart of yesterday. So what I saw here is we had this run up, all right, but we came down and we made a base down here, and then we made a higher low here. And when I saw it get into this level the other day, I thought to myself, that's a go. And so I bought it here off that level. What is that level? Let's take a look. So that was a 955 level. And my honest of honest, I actually missed that because I was beta testing something with an interface and it wouldn't let me get in, but I chased it a little bit because I still like the setup for a few dollars, and I got in actually more around the 982 level. I sold it in the mid 1050s yesterday. Unfortunately, you see what it's gone on to do, but that's the name of the game. And I'm trying to catch the meat, you know. I didn't catch the bottom, I didn't catch the top, but I got that middle part. And if you can get that middle part every time, you're ahead of the game, that's for sure. So that's what I'm looking for in those scans. I have something now that's distracting me that I am in. So sorry, pardon me. While I was just looking at that, I just want to unlink it from a chart in another room so I can continue to follow. What's that question? Sorry, Mike. Mr. Mike Trader, for swing, you base it on the daily chart only? Yes, I do use weekly charts also. When I'm going through my evening scan, I use weekly and daily charts. If I'm getting really fancy, then I am also using, I'll put up a 60-minute chart too, have them all in consecutive lines. I go from left to right, so my left will be the weekly, middle daily, and the right side will be my 60-minute chart. And that's kind of how I do it. And I get a way big zoom out on the 60-minute chart. I like to see something that Jamie Hodge taught me was I like to see refractal patterns. So I want to see those patterns shaping up on multiple time frames. It just shows to me more strength in that pattern, more confirmation in that pattern to me. So if I'm seeing a cup and handle on a weekly, a daily, and a 60-minute chart, that's just telling me that I'm putting the odds in my favor of that pattern working the way I want to see it. Um, how are you there, Mario? Good, good. I'm glad you made it. Glad you made it. So you could see the software in action here. So once again, still fire questions. Like I said, I don't have anything necessarily prepared. As I said, I can drone on and babble on and bore you guys to death with anything you like. We've got 45 minutes or so to go here before Barry comes back and takes back over. Scan the charts. So T-Bio, it's something I've been interested in. But just bio, anything with the name bio in it. You never know when some press release is going to come out that's going to come and wipe you out. That's for sure. For swing, you base it on. We did that. Sorry. All right, Mr. Mike Trader. All right. So once again, just go over here what I am seeing. I don't like this here actually on this chart as well. That's a lot of overhead supply. That means there are a lot of bag holders, especially going from $18 to $30. You got a lot of people that are sitting in this range right there that are saying, oh God, please get me out. If the price comes near there, I'll never do this again, so on and so forth. Foxhole prayer, if you will. So, but we've got this line right here. If it got through there, you could see something come through it. But again, bios are risky holding overnight. You never know when some kind of press release is going to come out that just absolutely destroys them. Is there a filter to get alerted on consecutive green candles? Well, let's take a look here. All right, so we are going to move that chart and let's go to configure and search. And in this configure here, we're going to go consecutive. And there you go, consecutive candles. So this is what we have here. We got 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and daily on the consecutive candles. And once again, we can either right click on it here and you get your help, or you can click help here and it'll give you a list. Once again, I'll pull it over. And so all those are listed here all together. It's going to go over them all. And then on the daily too, and on the help, it's a big blurb for you to read, but it gives you a good blurb exactly how that's going to shape up and work out. And then, of course, what I think is the real way to do any of this is when you add the filter. I'm just going to add it for fun. And when we come to add the filter, we go to the magnifying glass here. So once again, this is the show me, and we start adding filters, plugging things in. So just for fun, 1 and 5 or 6, whatever, we put 6. So show me stocks where stock was up between 1 and 6 consecutive candles in a row. That's a 10-minute candle that we're looking at, and so that's how that would go. We can also, if I'm not mistaken, well, we can add a negative value. So now we say, show me stocks where it's up at least 1 candle, or stocks where it's down 6 candles in a row as well. So we can add negative values in both of those. So we can work it both ways for long and short here on that scan, however we want to do that. So do you concentrate on the L for swing trade or the base? I concentrate on both, not just the L2. Are you talking about like L2 data? I never look at L2 data. I've never looked at it. So I just the pattern and me drawing my own lines, supports and resist lines in there. That's all I ever base it on. I'm gonna get rid of this here. I want to save that. That's a swing scan that I attempted to work on that I've kind of given up on for now. We tried a few of them, like cam pattern, but couldn't find exactly what I wanted. It's just it's trial and error. That's all I can say for you. Trial and error on that. That's how I plug it in. Some stuff I think is better to maybe create 1 or 2 alerts with the value, the same concept in the alert with the different values, and let them run for a day or two and go through the scans as they finished, what they're going to do and what they're going to bring. Some stuff can be accomplished in the back tester, some can't as far as that goes, especially you start getting into back tester rabbit holes, and you can be stuck there for hours without any real progress. Which channel or scan can I use to trade options, short squeeze maybe, or something else? So Walter, for what you're asking, as far as short scans go, we have an entire channel dedicated to short squeezes. Right here, if you can see that, is the Squeeze Me channel. And then we do have, I think, something for options down here. Where are you? Unusual options. So I direct you to those 2 channels. You can only have 1 channel loaded at a time, but you can, when you open a channel, if you see a scan in there that you really like, right click that scan, save it to the cloud. Then you can go back and forth between the 2 channels, save those different scans to the cloud, and then you can open those individual scans from your cloud and have them all loaded at the same time. That's how I would play that. And does it mean certain color only? I'm not sure what you mean by certain color only. Range of high and low would be 70. Hi, Chris. Can you build a scan based on the range between highs and lows? Say if a stock went up 100%, then came down 70%. Scanner will show at the end of the day 30%, but I'm interested in the range. You can't. I don't believe there's a way to filter for outside the, like, you can only filter inside a range. So for example, like if you try to filter for stocks that are both 70% above a range and 70% below a range of the same time frame, there's not a way to do it in that concept, if that's what you're asking. I don't know if that answered your question there, KR. But there, position and range is my go-to filter these days. I used to love like 1 minute volume and stuff like that. The real fast moving stuff and catching all those. Range high and low would be 70 here. How about one from point A to point B? So there's not a way to track it in that in that movement itself. You know what I mean? Like I think you're trying to look for stocks that are trending is what you're looking for. Maybe I'm trying to rack through my brain here. Let's see. Configure. Let's go search position and range. So you might be able to combine some of these filters. So here are all the position and range filters. So you have from position and open to position consolidation. So I would suggest maybe using a combination of these filters and maybe using them kind of like a step up one to the next. You might even create multiple alerts, let's say, and then set them on don't repeat and put them in a multi window. So that kind of brings you in each alert, brings you in an alert that as you step up in that position on the day, it's letting you know that you move to that next position in a time frame. That might be a workaround. Something interesting to experiment with. You kind of giving me an idea now. I don't know. I don't know if I'm hitting with what you're trying to ask here, KR. I hope I am. If not, we'll keep at it and we'll get there. Let me know if that gets kind of answers what you're looking for there, KR. So again, still open floor. Throw them at me here. More questions, the better. Yeah, you're okay. So you're looking for things that went, real high and then real low. I think you'd have to somehow make some kind of a multi-scan for that somehow. Either multi-window, if you're looking at it as a top list, like how I'm scanning at the end of the day. Um, Let me think. Let me think. Position and range. Let me think on that one, KR. I'm trying to think if there's a way for us to do that where what you're looking for is something that spiked way up and came way back down afterwards. So I get what you're looking for now. Let me think on that one. I'm sure there's a way that we can work around and figure that out. Why did KXIN suspend trading? I have no idea. You'd have to just Google the news, type it in, suspend Google KNX and suspend trading, suspended trading. Yeah, yeah, of course, KR, of course. If you also, I don't know if you have, I think there might have been a ticket in at the email info at trade-ideas.com about that. I thought maybe I saw a ticket the other day. I didn't get to that one myself. If you hadn't sent one in about that, you can throw one there about it, and I'll work the ticket for you. I'll see what I can do on trying to figure that out for you. Um, Excuse me one moment. Just want to grab a sip of water here. All right, sorry about that. So yeah, if you email info at trade-ideas.com, I'll give it a work around, take a look at it. If it takes a few days to get back to you on it, it's not that I'm ignoring it or anything like that. Just lots of scan requests and things like that, and some of the requests that people make are extremely complicated. And what we try to do is point you in a direction, give you a base to work off of, and then go from there. Essentially, So, we're here to educate, point you in a direction, but ultimately, like anything else in life, you have to put in some of the work too. What is the difference between conservative and moderate and Holly? Here's the difference. Conservative mode on Holly has 5 exits. Moderate has 2 exits. So moderate, you have a stop and you have the end of the day. That's it for moderate. Those are your 2 options. You're either getting stopped out or you're holding it till the very end of the day. On conservative, you have 5 exits actually. She has not. Yes, she has. Okay, so we've got a good list here on conservative exits. So we have a profit save here that happened today, which is essentially trailing stop, meaning that let's take a look. Let's bring up that chart. We're going to get a 15-minute chart here. So I can get that a little bigger for you. And we see that she entered the trade. All right, this shaded area where she was in the trade and conservative mode, we saw it spike way up. It started to come down, and she said, I am not going to let this one get away from me, and so I'm going to exit. That's your conservative profit save. Like I said, trailing stop more or less. We have the target hit. She came up, boom, hit the target. That's it. We're done. We made our money. Now you can see obviously this has kept going, and it would have been a day to keep going. So far it looks like that's the way Holly's running. And then we have a stop hit. Unfortunate, but they happen. Every trader gets them. So we hit the stop. Now the 2 that are not shown here at the moment is a timed exit. Most, if not all, the strategies she comes to the day with have a time exit. Some have an hour time, 45-minute time, or they might have a specific time of the day that they exit. And the last one is called a reduced risk. Once again, not shown, but essentially it is the trade wasn't working. She doesn't like the way it's going. The filters don't like the way it's going. So instead of sticking around for a stop loss, we're going to exit early, and that's going to be the end of the trade for us. We're not sticking around for the stop. And that is your difference between moderate and conservative. How does Holly perform overall moderate? Um, she performs well. I think over a span of time. I mean, I can say, just from a ballpark estimate or an eyeball estimate over, me watching Holly since early 2017. Personally, for myself, she's up more than she's down, for sure. She has some wild swings in there, so you got to contend with that. That's just the way it is. But she has no emotions. She does exactly what she's programmed to do, and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Let's see. Volume filters. Could we enter like 100, 200? What does that mean? I can see that in some strategy window. You can enter whatever value you want in the volume filters. There are different time frames as far as volume goes in that sense. There's also shares per day or percent per day and things like that. So you can enter whatever value you see necessary or fit. I think if you ask most traders, they're looking for things they want to see liquid stocks. Liquid meaning that people are trading them. So if something traded 100 shares today, that is not liquid. Nobody's buying and selling that. So good luck on that. As far as that kind of goes. But you can enter it. There's nothing to stop you from doing it. Did that answer your question there? Yeah, good. So I mean, so just to give you an example, I had someone yesterday with the with auto trading, and they couldn't understand why their strategy wasn't executing properly. And so, I start to dig into the auto trading and the back office and all that and what the scan looks like. And I didn't actually look at the stock themselves. I was just looking at the strategy. and the parameters and everything like that. And to me, it looks like everything's lined up. And then I happen to pull up the stock, and the stock had traded 300 shares that day, and it also had a spread of $1 on it. And you know, sorry, that it's just not going to fly. That's not what it's built for. Brokerage plus and auto trading. And B, to have a strategy that would have a delta offset of $1, it's just not a wise thing to do. I'm not giving trading advice. I'm not. This is not a recommendation. This is just my personal opinion. But maybe you have a strategy that works real well, and you're happy to go in on dollar spreads and things like that. But that is certainly well outside of my comfort zone. And I think the average trader would tell you the same thing. What cool? I added halt and resume to an alert window. It's not coming up. Not sure if it is halted or not. Well, all right, Marty. Do you have like time and sales up, or are you in with a broker? Load it into your broker and see what they're telling you. Um, I mean, I can type it in here. Nix KNIX. Oh, let's type. Okay, NIX. I can't even find that. You're saying K? Oh, KXIN. I'm sorry. And what do we got? Um, Let me bring over time and sales. Let me hide my account details. No, it's trading live. I got it right here on Thinkorswim. Let's show you. We got time and sales right there, live for you, my friend. KXIN. We can see it. We got a spread moving very, very, very fast. This stock, or at least in my personal opinion, and that's nonstop on the time and sales right there. You can see the ladder here. The orders coming in and out. Don't let that stuff psych you out. Um, so what the news is in it or anything like that. Your guess is as good as I don't. I'll be honest. I don't care about the news in general. I almost never read it. Um, by the time we get the news, the move that the stock is going, the initial move is already made. So I guess the only question I ever ask myself afterwards about the news is it news that's going to sustain the move, or is it a quick pump and dump like a phase one bio news? So that's where I stand on that. But for fun, why not? Let's go. We can right click. I don't know if you know this is a function, but we can right click. All right, and we're going to send KXIN to the web. And that is going to bring up Yahoo, as that is the default that I have set. And we are going to see this news right here from 3 days ago. So I have no idea if that news is relevant. I'm not going to dive down it, but something about filed some forms with the SEC. I don't see anything else 15 days ago, 25 days ago, so I don't know that's relevant as far as I'm concerned. If we were to, let's see, move some windows around, where's my single stock window? What are you telling me, single stock window? Here we go. Single stock window is telling me this stock is moving today. It has traded 92 million shares. It's got a relative volume of 27. Look at that 1 minute volume, 15K. This is a prime example of stocks I do not ever trade. And this is exactly the stock that I thought I was going to get rich trading. I was going to be a day trader, like I don't need to name names, but you find them on YouTube or all those promotions. Oh, come trade! I'm making $25,000 a day. That just not me. I didn't have it. I'm not saying people don't do that. There are certainly people that do it. I've witnessed it. However, that wasn't me. This stuff moves too fast. My emotions are too attached, if you will. I don't like wild swings. It's just not my thing. Yes, pump and dump. And pump and dump doesn't mean it's bad. It's just that's what it is. It doesn't make it good or bad. A prime example I like to give of that is the fact that I think gold, not silver. I think gold is a dumb pet rock. I cannot take gold and buy a sandwich with it. But it doesn't mean that gold doesn't have a value. It does just because gold doesn't have a value to me doesn't mean it's not tradable. I've certainly traded gold stocks. So while my opinion of the actual asset itself is one thing, that doesn't stop me from believing that there's certainly money to be made in it. Now, silver has real world value in the sense of it's used in electronic components. And so that's why I treat silver differently than I would gold. But, just because something has a title or name to it doesn't necessarily make it good or bad. It is what it is, as the saying goes. Yeah, 93 million shares. I mean, that's a lot of shares for something. And here's the other thing that we'll look at: 38 million in the float. you know, and once again, 1 minute volume, 18K, and that thing is holding, humming steady right there. 1 minute volume. Here, I'd get the drawing tool real quick again, just to highlight here. Uh, Here's 1 minute volume at 18K, 5 minute volume at 17K, 15 minute volume at 7K. I mean, are you kidding me? So, best approach to be in the trade before alerts pop. Uh, the best approach to be in it is to know what your risk is, what your stop is, share size appropriately. Do not move your goalpost. Do not move your stop. That's the best approach before the pop. Know what your target is. Um, I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you an example. I think I'm allowed to do this. Hopefully, I'm not gonna get in trouble for this. But all right, right now I took this yesterday before the close. Um, Sorry, move things around. I took this LTHM. I took it before the close yesterday, a few minutes before the close, and I'm sitting what I consider comfortable in it at the moment. But it's had a pullback. I have an idea what I'm trying to do, so here's what we have. I've got it all marked up on my chart, and I've had pretty good looking so far on it today. I was tempted to sell here, but that was not what I wanted for a target. I have my protection in where I will be getting out if it continues to flounder around and pull back. But I'm letting the trade work. I'm letting my plan work. And if you don't have that plan, if you aren't, whether it's written or it's in your head, as long as you're following it on every single one of your trades, then you're a trader, not a gambler. But if you don't have that plan, you're gambling, you're not trading. That's the end. I will comment that this here, the red line is an 8 EMA. I don't like that it's curling down. I do have my plan where I will be out if it continues to curl down too much further, that I am not going to let a winner turn into a loser. But, I have my plan. That's set by me. That's something that I came up with. The total between, oh yeah, so my brokerage plus interface is going to show you because I am running a beta on something actually right now. But so right now, what I'm seeing today here for that question is that's what I'm up today is $49 today is what it's showing me on that position that's held here. You can see here, this is my position. I have 130 shares of it. Um, this function doesn't work in my beta right now for what I'm testing, unfortunately. But that should be showing me my total because I bought that stock yesterday. So it should be showing me my overall total, which is actually 57, 58, $59 right now. That's what that should be showing me because I bought that yesterday. Today it's 51, but that's based off of what it did today from the open. The total should here show 50, 59, something like that right now. It's moving, so that number's fluctuating. I think that should answer your question there. So, but like I said, I'm not. I'm only going to do this because I know Brad did it in some webinars previously, but I'm connected to TD right now actually, and I'm beta testing Thinkorswim connected to Brokerage Plus. And do not ask when it will be ready because I don't know. I could tell you a month, I could tell you a year, I could tell you 5 years, and I could tell you never. So, but there's bugs. There's a whole bunch of bugs, is what I can tell you, and that's why we're testing this before it gets to you guys. So, but anyways, so that happens to be one of the bugs, and also my open P&L column doesn't work here. So, I'll just highlight them for you real quick. But these are two bugs that are right now in the test, right there and there, and that is why we are not releasing it to the public. And like I said, when it gets released, your guess is as good as mine. But let's get rid of that and hide that. To find them. 9 cents. Cameron Ross, Warrior Trading. Totals, open trades closed. Okay. I'm not sure if you were just commenting off the other chat there, Marty, about the to find them, but so that's that, and so here, show you why my plan is my plan. Here we go. We got to bounce. We've come back down. We've touched this, and I am always looking at multiple time frames here. And the two moving averages that I pay attention to are this 20, that 15, that 8. I'm sorry. So it's a 20 SMA. It's a 8 EMA. And so they're all working into my kind of plan, my guide, not let a winner turn into a loser. The other thing that I am consistently keeping in mind here is this SPY chart. We're chopping around nasty today. Today's one of those kind of days where, an inexperienced trader can get beat up real bad. You're trending down. Oh, I'm going short. You enter short on something while the SPY's been doing this, and we get a pop. Oh, my short doesn't work. All right, we're trending up. I'm going to go long. Oh, now we're going back down. And I got stopped out both sides, and that's the kind of day that it is today. So these are the days, especially these days. I got my butt kicked back in April when the market had tanked, and I thought, oh, we're tanking, we're gonna keep tanking, and the next thing I know, I'm trying to short things, and we're back up, and then I'm trying to go long, and then we're coming back down, and I learned real fast that was not a market for me. Do you primarily scan when the market closes? I only scan when the market is closing, Casey. Not closing, closed. I like to scan because of personal reasons with my daughter and school. I have a 7-year-old daughter, and giving her the attention she deserves. I finish working at the Trade Ideas desk, sometime in between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. I try to wrap it up, and there's dinner to prepare. So I'm usually scanning once the kiddo is to bed, sometime at 9 o'clock at night. And I occasionally try to post on Twitter some of the things that I'm looking at. Not doing it as much as I like, but I'm going to give myself a selfless pump here. So that is me on Twitter right there. If you ever want to give me a follow, I'm trying to stay away from the political realm of things. Mostly I try to tease about politics. Um, so I try to keep it more trading and stuff like that, and with the people that I interact and whatnot. But that's how I scan after the market's closed. Like I said, this is my evening scan here. I was sharing earlier. I don't know if you were here, but it's I wouldn't be using it now. I open that after the market closes, and I keep it on live during market hours only. So it's showing me what happened at the close. Um, so that's that. And again, on Twitter, nothing I talk about is trading advice. It's just I'm sharing ideas like anybody else, what I'm seeing. Something very big that I'm very big into. Also, we have the insiders function here. I'm very big at looking at that. I almost always include that when I'm posting anything. So we can see here LTHM that I've disclosed that I'm in. I was in yesterday at 14.94 before the close. We can see that you've got a buy of 220,000 shares versus a sell of 67,000 share or 76,000 shares. So that means the insiders are believers in the stock. So it's something that I'm very big into posting, disclosing that information. I also love that short float right now. 20% short float, and the shorts have been piling in. That short growth, 9% short growth. So that tells me that people are continuing to bet on it to fall. And as we move up, they're going to have to cover at some point. I'm protected up and downside already. I'm in the money. And look at that. We just continue to pound away up here. And that is why my plan is my plan. We had this hook here on that 8 EMA, and now we have a new opening 15-minute candle above that 8 EMA. I'm looking forward to push. I'm looking for a push right now. But again, my trading plan, I had a plan when I bought this stock here yesterday. I had a plan. I had a reason for it. It's a written plan that got me in. I had a stop loss that was in place. The second I owned that stock, I had a stop that was already in place, and I was never going to let it get below that. The one other thing that I will comment is yes, I bought it on the close and it could have easily gapped down past my stop. It is a danger always. I full well bought it knowing that it could do that. So, that is the one risk, buying close, holding overnight. Um, you know, that's the name of the game. So, selfless Twitter pump for me, very good. Maybe it'll put me over a whole 400 followers. So I'll have, 15 real followers and 385 bot followers. That's always fun. So what else are we looking at? What else are we thinking? Throw something at me, people. Come on. I'm happy to share, Casey. I'm also from all the other people that do these 12 o'clock. I'm just filling in for Andy today, but all the other educators here at Trade Ideas, I'm very different. We're all different, of course, but I'm very different. They have all been working in finance 20 years or longer. Most of them probably 25 years or longer. I have been doing trading since live trading since August of 2017. And I am 100% self-taught. I've worked in a restaurant as many different hats in a restaurant since I was 12 years old. I'm 38 now, so this is my first real gig or anything like that. I've been a Trade Idea subscriber since July of 2017, so I know the platform very well. But I bring a different element in here that I completely taught myself how to trade. And like every other person that gets into trading, I thought I was going to be making the big money instantly, and I got I got a hard lesson. I lost. I was losing consistently for 2 years probably, and I had up days and I had down days, but overall I was down for 2 years. At the 2 year mark, I started to become more break even, and at 2.5 years, I really started to turn the corner. And I really started to turn the corner once I A moved away from fast moving stocks, and B, the other thing is I went in and I said every trade I risked the same amount of money every trade. I'm not going to share what that is because that's my plan based on my account size. But essentially, I said I'm risking X amount every trade, and that's how I pick how many shares that I take. So if I'm risking $100 on a trade, and my stop is 40 cents away, it's going to be a different share size than I am risking, and my stop is $1.50 away. So if it's $1.50, I'm taking a much smaller share size than I am if it's a $40 or 40 cent stop. Thoughts on PLTR? PLTR, did I do that right? Yes. So let's on a daily, let's scan. My thoughts on PLTR is it doesn't have a long enough history for me. That's just too short of a time frame for me. There's no real pattern for me to derive anything from. So that's my thoughts on PLTR. Um, let's take a look here. RMED. What do we got? Your bottom fishing. It's a medical system, instruments, product related. That's a terrible looking daily chart. And you can see that I have had much interest in this chart in the past, as I've marked it up a whole bunch. Those marks are on there from God knows when I looked at that stock. And this is what I'm going to tell you right here. Yes, you have a base that we're building off of that here. It's actually a Holly sell signal there. However, you've got, let's move some lines around. You've got that to deal with. And then you have, let's mark it up. And then you've got that to deal with. So a lot of resistance. And that also means to me there's a lot of overhead supply. People that are holding from way back here, from way back here, from way back here, that are just itching for people to buy it and take that price up so they can hand off their shares to them. That's what I feel about that stock. Again, personal opinion. I could be completely wrong. Rig, it's oil. I don't even look at energy anymore, especially when it comes to oil. That's, EVs are what everybody's doing right now. And once again, let's look at that. Let's look at that daily chart. I mean, just look at that. Fall, up, fall, up. You have lower highs and lower lows for years, is what I'm looking at there. Once again, uh, you know, get the drawing tool. Here's just one more. Here's a base, a few weeks. That base failed. Boom. Here's another base. All right. So for this base to work, we have to get through that base. Then we have to get through there. And you're looking at a dollar stock. And I don't like stocks that are this cheap as well. So, you're looking at all this stuff to try to take those steps up, and this whole thing is taking steps down. That's what I'm looking at on that. Soul. Soul. Now that's interesting. Again, it's on the cheaper side of things. Not too crazy about the cheaper side of things. Stocks that are Stocks that are under $5 trade differently than stocks that are $5 to $10, and stocks that are $10 to $15 trade differently than stocks that are above $15. Stocks have a personality. They have their own personality, and they have the personality of the price range they're in. General rule of thumb. But so what do we look here? We had this beautiful base that came out of that dollar range, and then we took a step up on a base. We took a step up on a base, and we held that base on that big pop and down. All right, but we held that base. We've taken another step up, and then we had a gap up, and we came back, and we never filled the gap. We held this gap right here, and we took back off again. Now, for me, it's chase here. I'm not entering it there, but if we got some sideways action for a few days, and we really establish that this is where we are, that $5 is where we are holding, that interests me actually. It's semiconductor. I love that sector. There's always, exciting things going on in that semiconductor. So there's a lot of things that it would make. There's a possibility that that might show up on my scan tonight because it's now above $4. I haven't done my scan in a few nights. I've been busy with other stuff, so I haven't been updating my shortlist. I have a feeling though that this, if it holds there today, will be making my shortlist. As a matter of fact, on Sol. Pumping right down. Candy. Let's see what we got. Try to get through the last of these here before Barry comes back and steals it from me. Oh, candy, candy, candy. Let's get rid of all this. So, okay, I'll say this. Candy, I believe, has something to do with electric vehicles. It's had a lot of big movements up and down over the years, too. Let's get a real scroll out. This is something I've watched on and off for years. I've probably traded it one or two times. Um, what do we got? So we've had, these spikes way back here in 2017 and again in 2019. And I say big spikes because it's big on a percentage wise, relative off of whatever it was at down here, $1, $2. So to make that move right there, that's a big percent. That's a big percent. Okay. Now we have it done again. That's a really big percent right there. Okay. So we've gotten that. All right. Now let's look at some other things. We got a short float here and a short growth. You got heavy betters coming in right now. That's a healthy short float. That's a healthy short growth. So you got a lot of people betting against you right now if you're long on it. You've also had, look at these, look at that move. Where were we the other day? We were going to look at the fact that we were at $7 the other day. All right, around $7, and we ran up to $14. So you had a 100% gain in 4 days. 100% gain in 4 days. Hey, that's quite a move. It's quite a move for any stock to make on a percent basis. All right. So you got people that they are bag holding here, and they are now selling everybody buying here their shares, saying, "Please God, as I've said before a few times, get me out of this. I swear I'll never do this again. What I did here, where I chased all this. I chase, and I bought it up here, and I now am holding all the way through all of that mess. All right, let me clean that chart up now. And believe me, I'm one of those people that have done that chase. I've held that. That's why I don't trade stocks like this anymore. I don't like that feeling, that sitting there sick to my stomach feeling. So now we've come back down. We had a nasty gap today, unfortunately, down for anybody that bought it in here. However, we held that gap yesterday. So I'm looking for this level right here. Get rid of the drawing tool, and I would look for it to hold. I'd look for it to hold an $11 level. And while I look for it to hold that $11 level, I would still keep in mind that there might be the people that said I'll never do this again right here. They got back to here and they're like, well, maybe it's gonna come back up. And those are the people that are not traders or gamblers. They're letting their emotions go. And you got to contend with these people that might still be holding here, still willing to hold. And as it chops here, you know, you want to see this hold. You want to see that base hold. And then I would ask, where I get my cup and handle pattern from is William J. O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks. He talks about you want 4 to 6 weeks in a base. So that's the kind of base I'd be looking for to see this move right here. If it continues up, great. Oh well, I missed it. But this is what I'll tell you. I will forego participating on an upside every single time, as long as it keeps me from participating on any downside. And that's my risk management. That is my management motto. I know that I will be here to trade another day if I miss the downside every single time. So that's my thing, you know. So that's my 2 cents on candy. We're coming to the top of the hour. I'm gonna probably have Barry coming in to steal this from me. Let's see if I can finish getting through these. 1% of account swing trade is planned. That's a good plan, Marty. Yeah, you could do 1% all the time. Yeah, you're very welcome, Mike. See, I'm happy to do these. I tease that I love to hear the sound of my own voice. So, I could talk for days. Complete opposite of what I was when I was a child and never talked. Um, yeah, worst feeling in the world. When do you want me to start? Let me know about 10 seconds before you're done, and I will start. So, all right, guys, I'm going to call this a wrap here. Let me just give me one more second, Barry, if you can hear me. Count to start it now. Start your stream now, Barry, and I'll count to 10 and stop, all right, if you can hear that.
I mean, YouTube is Chris gone? You guys hear me in the YouTube feed? Stopped. Okay, so now, okay, you guys hopefully can hear me in the YouTube feed because I'll be doing my video right now. Okay. Okay, guys, so I will do my video right now. Should take me to probably no more than 1:20. Before I do that, let me just give you a link for the video. All right, so there is a link, and just give me 1 second here. All right, so if you do click on my homepage link, click on the link, and where it says watch the daily market recap video. Okay, so you click on there, and then you'll subscribe to it. I do the video. It's done by about 1:20. A couple hours later, it'll get sent out via email to you. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now. Before I do that, put the announcement in also. And today will be an awfully fun video. I'll say 1:25. It should be earlier than that, but just in case we have technical difficulties. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute right now. We'll see you at around 1:25. All right, guys, I'm now back. Okay, so well, I mean KXXN. I mean, you could have had my watch list, right here at 9:48, maybe even earlier, right from here. Probably was triggering earlier. I have a delay on here for 15 minutes. My watch list would have given you KXIN right at 9:30 at 362 as an example. I mean, I don't know what, I mean, basic new highs and lows, certainly just a simple one right here at 9:32. Basic new highs and lows gave it to at 406, right at 9:32. So I mean, these are all available to you from my scans. If you click on my homepage, no, I understand. You're wondering how to get the alert early. Well, if you click on my homepage and then click on my scans and basic new highs and lows right there. I mean, that would have given you KXIN right at 9, what did I say? 9:32. So 2 minutes after the market opened, as an example. I mean, I don't know what your filters had, but you could have that one that got it right there. Okay, and I see your question in the YouTube feed too, so I'm answering you here. Okay, so is that clear? I mean, I can't tell you why your scan didn't pick it up. I mean, you could give it to me, I could look at it, but why do that? Well, you just take my scan, my scan. So the repeating is it's kind of like this. Okay, the same thing when it says don't repeat, repeating. Okay, so you'll notice here, for instance, there's the first time KXIN. There was the first time it was alerted. The time was 9:32 at 4:06. That's the only time you'll see it in this window. Versus, oh, I'd have to go back. Unfortunately, I can't load them all. There's just too many. But you would have seen it over and over and over again here. Just like, okay, here's glue. And as an example, at 10:40, it was 9:43. That was the first alert. So there it is. Every time it makes a new high, you'll see it. See how glue is repeated every time it makes a new high. It's called basic new highs and lows. That's the repeating version. The don't repeat just sort of says, you know what? Tell me the very first time that we get the alert, so I can kind of go back and see what happened since then. Well, it's not a watch list. It's called the basic new highs and lows. It's the name of the scan. Ali, what are you looking for exactly? Okay, what are you looking for? You want to contact support? The one that is not repeating says basic new highs don't repeat. Okay. They're both part of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, here's my link. Here's my homepage link. Right there, homepage link. Click on it. And right here, so when you click on it, and then click here for my scans. Click here. Basic new highs and lows, no repeat. Okay? This will actually be a combination of the lows too, but it's in essence it's the same. Okay? Risk assessment. I don't know. Let's see if I can. I know they created that on the pricing. Yeah, this is to do with the AI. Okay, it's just to do with the AI, really, risk assessment. It seems pretty fancy, but that's all it is. Just to do with the AI. Given an entry, a stop, and all. One moment, please. Guys, I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, okay? All right, I'm back. Okay, so Ali, when you say your account is not working, what do you mean by that exactly? Your account is not working. Um, just so you know, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Just so you know, if your password and username is case sensitive. Number one, okay, it is case sensitive. That's number one. Number two, if you have if you're 100% sure that you have entered your password and username correctly, and then when you downloaded the program, you do have, it's hard to see, you do have a green ball. So let me ask you this. Do you have a green ball in your toolbar? Because the green ball means that you do have an active account. But if it's not working, then I'm going to tell you something else, and I'll send you somewhere. But you have to let me know if you have a green ball in your toolbar. So Ellie, can you hear me? StockTwits. I used to have a StockTwits account. All right, guys. Well, another hour and a half or so. I may knock off at 2:30 if that's okay. A long 2 weeks. Depending what happens in the last little while. Okay, Prana, can you hear me? You're asking about the CLF? It's up to you. There is a stop, okay? The stop is that rising 20 SMA, which is not even close. There's the 20 SMA. But it's up to you if you want to keep the trade. Okay, I mean, if I'm looking at this, I'm looking at this area up here around 1050 as potential resistance. So I mean, it's only at 936, so that's about $1 away. So I mean, if you want to hold the trade, you can, based on chart resistance. But I mean, that's got to be up to you. We're not going to tell you when to get out of a trade. Okay? Don't make me come to Montreal, Vicky. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so what I was saying is that with the CLF, I mean, it's totally up to you whether or not you're going to hold the trade or not. The stop is the rising 20 SMA. That's that blue line there, not even nowhere close to the stop. Number one. Number two, if you look left on the monthly chart, it has room in theory to about that 1060 level. So you have a stock that's at 937. So it does have room to run before it hits some resistance. Okay, so I mean, it's up to you though. Trade Ideas is not going to say, you should get out of this trade right now. The only thing is the stop. The only thing is the stop, and there's the stop. And if you don't have the 20 SMA in your chart, you should put it. Just add it. That's that blue line, so you know when the stop is. But you can see that it never even came close. Okay. I mean, these are, we can't tell you when you're supposed to get out of the trade. There's no target that says, okay, if it hits this price, get out. It's not like that at all. The only real price is the stop. If it hits the stop price, get out. Okay, Ali, so you can hear me now? Want to make sure you said yes. So I want to ask you a couple of things. The username and password that you say you signed up today, the username and password, it is case sensitive. All right, so that's probably 90% of the time that is a reason why somebody's account doesn't work. But if you're convinced that you put your username and password incorrectly, yeah, but I'm going to try to help you. Okay, I'm going to try to help you here if you can hear me. So let me ask you this. Do you have a toolbar that looks like this, like a toolbar? Can you see my screen? I mean, did you download the program? Do you have a toolbar that looks like this? I want to ask if you have a toolbar that looks like this, and do you have a green dot, which would signify that you are connected. If it's a red dot, then there's something wrong, okay? So Ali, I'm really trying to help you, but I need you to answer so that I can either move on and on to another question for you. Okay, well, I'm sorry, Ali, I don't know how to help you. You say you can hear me, but I'm asking you a question about your toolbar, and I'm not getting an answer back, so I'm not sure how I can help you. All right, guys. This, by the way, I'm out of the Mara. I don't like it just did not really break out. So I'm going to wait on this one till next week. So I'm out of the Mara, Mara, basically flat on that one. I see this one actually shut really late. Typically do not get too many of these that late in my watch list. And the reason it didn't trigger until now, it's because it needs to take out the high of the day. And so there's that opening 15-minute candle. And so look what happened, and for the longest time, and it finally just took out that high right there. So that's why that's a very late trigger. I probably wouldn't, unless it does something extraordinary, I probably would just disregard that one. Okay, so Prana, you've heard me a million times say, look at the daily, monthly, and weekly chart, right? So if you look at that monthly chart for CLF, what do you see? What do you see? Okay, I mean that's what we're talking about. So when you look at the monthly chart for CLF, looks like there's a lot of congestion right around that 1050, 1060 mark, right? So that's why. So I always keep saying, look at the daily, look at the weekly, look at the monthly. That'll give you a good clue about how far a stock could go before it hits resistance. Now, just because there's no resistance, on the monthly chart between 929 and whatever it is, 1060, doesn't mean it's going to keep going up there till it hits it. But all we try to do when we look at these longer term charts is we try to take one reason why a stock may not keep going up. We try to take chart resistance out of the equation. Again, a lot of other reasons why it won't keep going up, but we don't want chart resistance to be one of them. But you don't have charts? I mean, you must have a broker, or you don't have anything, because you don't need trade ideas to have charts. I mean, your broker will have charts, and my recommendation: put a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart up, so you can see this. But if you don't have a broker, okay, I understand that you don't have access to the charts, any charts. Well, Yahoo Finance definitely has well, just a second, what's happening here? GMHI definitely has monthly charts and all. But anyway, I mean that's where I'm getting it from. I mean, some of the general criteria, for a stock to make my watch list the next day. It's had, on the high side, for the up, it's had to have had a decent day, closes, a certain percentage up, near the high of the day, things like that. So there are some other filters I use, but if it closed near the high of the day and it was a certain, a minimum percentage up, then, and I have some scans which are going to, different types of scans which are going to show me those looks. And then I just click on the alerts and check to see what do they look like on the higher time frames, the daily, weekly, and the monthly. If I think a stock has some room, then it gets added. And if I see a stock that's getting close to resistance, but it's not that far away, and if it broke through that resistance, it would have a lot of room. It may get added anyway, even though there's short-term resistance, just in case it, the next day it has already gapped through that. So I mean, it's just it's a it's a field play for me. So the entry price is always a new high for the day. So if all the filters are met here, I mean the filters are pretty simple. I mean minimum 150,000 shares has to be above yesterday's high. Relative volume was 1, so it's got to be trading at least normal. And then I do put a delay, 15-minute delay before I see the first alerts. So these are the filters, and if the stock makes a new high, then we get an alert. It's really that simple. Now, just because we get an alert doesn't mean that that's where I'm entering. It just means, okay, everything was met. Now, how's it trading? What does it look like? I mean, did it make that new high straight up? For some reason it was straight up. I'm not going to chase. But now, anything now in here becomes a candidate. Probably too many. I'm surprised because my watch list is not that big, it's not like that, and the market was not ripping higher. So I'm surprised I had so many. I'd rather only have about less than 10, 6 or 7. But I can't control that ahead of time. The only way I could do that is I could change the filters, make it a little tougher for something to appear. And then I do that, and then all of a sudden, that day I only get one alert. So and I just mentioned the FTSI. Why I didn't like it really, even though I mean it's a very late alert. Typically don't get them that late. It had to take out the high, which happened, in the first 15 minutes. Right here, first 15 minutes. It dropped all the way down here and just did nothing until then. So, I was not in love with that alert. The only thing is, though, I mean, it could come back later. It did hit 18 in the pre-market, so you never know. You never know. If it bases, really well here and takes out that 1549 again, and on some volume, hey, you never know. Because, I mean, traders will be looking at that high in the pre-market and going, I wonder if it could get there again. No, the high of the day, nothing to do with the pre-market. The high of the normal market hours. So that's why I was saying, if you look at FTSI, it's higher in that first 15-minute candle. It doesn't have to be the 15-minute. It just happens that was the high of the day right there until that candle. No, I'm out of Mara now. I'm out of it. Just don't like the way, I just don't feel it's ready yet. So I'm out of Mara. Basically flat. But that doesn't mean you should be out of Mara. Yeah, I mean the whole thing with Mara, or I suppose even Riot. I mean, if I'm getting into this one, I'm hoping for like a multi-dollar run if it really gets running. So I'm not too concerned. I'm not trying to get 20 cents from it, 30 cents from it. I'll take it, every day I suppose. I've had enough shares, but that's not my plan. Yeah, and it could happen. I could wake up Monday morning and America could be at $5. You're right. You're absolutely right. But that's the chance I'll take, I guess. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, very unprofessional. You're tiring me out. Yeah, I could do another video. Yeah, another one. All right, guys. So what I am going to do is well, no, I won't put myself on mute. I'm here. I'm just going to answer some emails as they're coming in. So for those of you who are part of the test drive, you should receive an email probably sometime, maybe later on today, certainly on the weekend, with the promo code. So if you want to sign up. You may have already received it. I don't know. Okay, Ali, I'm going to have to give up on you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to answer you, but you say you can hear me, but you're not answering some of the questions I'm asking of you. So I'm not sure how I can help you. Okay, yeah. So the email has not gone out yet. Okay. Okay. I'm sure you definitely have it sometime this weekend. It would surprise me if it doesn't go out later on tonight, this afternoon, once the market closes. The other one, guys, man, oh man, and I just didn't do the right thing. Look at Corsair. Unbelievable. I would swung this a little bit, and then I think it was this, no, it's right here. I got a little jumpy on it and didn't forget about it exactly, but look at Corsair. What a fantastic IPO. A little bit, nothing really happening, but look at this month. I mean, it started at 29, 40, and look at look at SUNW. Alive again. Look at the volume that just came into SUNW. What was the original alert? 522, 606 now after the little pullback. Again, I just don't see any. How was the overall solar market doing? Okay, so TAN is doing well. So this is just, I guess it's just, how's First Solar doing? Okay, but SUNW certainly, on a percentage basis, is a clear-cut winner here. I just don't want to make any recommendation like that on something. I mean, okay, all I can tell you is this. If you look left, 864 on the monthly chart is the next high. On the weekly chart, it looks like it's probably going to be about the same. So it has room. Um, it's a low float, 16 million in the float. There's been a lot of activity around it. It was supposed to have merged with a company called PEC, and that didn't happen. Okay, and so it's in the solar sector. I mean, it's been hot all. Again, if politically, if solar becomes a thing politically, like in theory it might, without getting too political. I mean, the solar sector is going to have a run. Whether this specific one keeps doing this, I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, FSLR is sort of the granddaddy of them, but it's a lot more expensive. For me, anything under 20 million in the float. For me. Others might say 5 million. Others might say 100 million. Depends, if you're used to trading Facebook, with 2.3 billion in the float, some will look at 100 million in the float as being very low. So it really depends on what you're used to trading. But for me, I look at anything 20 million and under for me is a low float. I think this is the biggest day I've had for my watch list in terms of the number of alerts. Very interested to see what happens on Monday. Be an interesting week next week, with in essence 2 days off, Thursday and half of Friday. We might see a real lag on Wednesday, though. Everybody thinks that the day before a holiday, very slow. I haven't really seen that. Slow in that nothing's really happening. We don't get moves like this. I haven't seen that. Traders just love to trade. Also, I just don't know. I mean, what the travel situation will be like in the States. I know that Thanksgiving is your big say holiday weekend to travel. I just don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, the 121 paid sessions. Yes, not me, but it's one of either Steve, Andy, Jamie, Sean, and I'm always forgetting one. I guess actually one of those four guys. I don't think Chris is doing it yet, so it's one of those four guys. But remember, you know, I mean, if you want a paid session, fine. But you know, a lot of this stuff is free. Depends what you're wanting to ask, I guess. Okay, as a general rule, Stock Geek, I mean, in here I have a 1 to 20, okay? It doesn't mean I will never take a stock that's over $20 if I see something. I have some other scans that, you know, are over 20. I can't remember the last time though I took a stock under a dollar. But the reason I do this, I mean, it's just a personal preference. I mean, you know, whittle the universe of stocks down to something that you like. I mean, look how many stocks there are. It's not like, you know, if I say from 1 to 20, I'm going to really limit myself. I mean, there's just tons and tons of opportunity. And most of the ones I'm seeing, you know, there are plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity. It's not like I'm getting into some junky thing that, you know, is trading one share an hour. You know, so what do I think of them? Well, I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, obviously, fingers crossed the whole bit. Myrna, you know, we sort of looked at Myrna and Pfizer yesterday, commenting. To me, Myrna seems like the better one, only in that with the refrigeration issue that Pfizer has. Though somebody said yesterday that maybe there's some more side effects with Myrna. I don't know. I haven't seen that, but maybe there are. They look like they both are around 95% efficient efficacy. But I think the main deal is this refrigeration issue with Pfizer at minus whatever is minus 50 centigrade, whereas Myrna can be stored in a fridge, you know, 2 to 3 degrees centigrade. So that is a big issue. Now, can it be overcome? Of course. Carlos, can you plot volume profile? So what do you mean exactly by a volume profile? I'm not sure I know what you mean by a volume profile. I mean, this is it for volume, okay? I mean, this is the only thing that we have for volume. Horizontal. No, oh, you mean like VWAP? Like the volume weighted average price, the horizontal? I think I know what you mean. No, we can't. No, I'm not doing a second video. the videos are not. Yeah, no, you're talking. I think you're talking VWAP, Carlos. No, we have VWAP as a line on the chart. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like a sideways volume at price. No, we don't have that. Now, I think I know what Carlos is talking about. I've seen some charts where you see the volume bars on the side, and you know the bigger, like a bigger volume bar on the side, meaning there's like a lot of activity at that price. You know, it's like the volume weighted average price, but with series of bars. I do get that. We don't have that. Yeah, I guess if all goes well, Pfizer and I thought Moderna also, but maybe I'm wrong. But I thought they both, because I thought they said they both were prepared for 20 million by the end of Christmas, or by the end of December. if you know, if they get the okay. Yeah, no, I know the CDC has asked you guys not to travel, but hey, I also saw that was it United has added or Delta, one of the big airlines has added something like 1,600 flights. So people are going to travel. So I'm assuming that doesn't mean water, Rob. 24 hours after O, water in French. I'm assuming that's some acronym, EAU. I'm not familiar with that one. Well, I mean, listen, yeah, work has some room still. $33 or so on that daily chart. Looking at the high here, around 33. I mean, is that a nice 5 minute run? You know, if these somebody said Salesforce CRM rumor that they're looking at them is that emergency use authorization. Thank you. I was pretty sure it didn't mean water in French. I'm out of Mara, yes. I'm out of Mara. I mentioned it. I'm out of Mara. Basically flat. I got in at what, 327? Looking for a much bigger move. I could have made some money on it, but got a little bit above where I got in. I'll look at it again on the weekend, but Monday and see. Just doesn't seem to be, as I say many times, just doesn't seem to be quite ready yet. I mean, it's had a great week. You know, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's come from 230 up to 325, so it's been a pretty good week. But I'm just I'm in no rush to get it. And yes, if Bitcoin does something insane over the weekend, I'll lose out. I'll miss out. But c'est la vie. You know, I still cannot see any specific news for Sun W. You know, other than the fact that it's in that solar sector, but I don't see any specific news for it. What a nice little run! What a great little 3 day run. 3 day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About a 6 day run, but a double. Okay, so Mr. Mike, are you? I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed wanting to know what the blue arrow on a chart. Are you talking, for instance, that one right there, that blue arrow on this chart for Sun W as an example? I'm going to assume yes. So every time you click on an alert, Okay, but I don't have OEG, so I'm not gonna. If you click, if you clicked on OEG from your chart from you, then but I don't have OEG, so no blue arrow is going to show up for me. But if I click as an example, if I click on solar right here at 1129, 1280, if I click on it, that blue arrow is telling me on the what's that? The 15-minute chart. That's the candle in which the alert happened on the 15-minute chart. All right. On the 5-minute chart, it's right here. And you know, if I stretch the 2-minute back, it would show me on the 2-minute chart. So that's all the blue arrow is doing. Okay, it's just telling you the alert when the alert happened on the different time frames. So every time I get an alert, if I click on it, it's going to show. So it's nice to maybe go back and you see, okay, there was a blue arrow. What happened after that? Well, pretty good. You know what I mean? Pretty good. No, I know. I know it was tied to PEC. But I thought that PEC, they stopped that deal. I don't know if it was this week or last week. Shareholders said no, something to that effect. I can tell you the day. No, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it ran on its own. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes, it might have been this day right there. Probably was 11:16. Oh, I see, Luther. Yes, okay. Yeah, well, good call then. Meanwhile, as we speak, as we speak. But is it an EV play or is it a solar play? Because I actually had it in the solar list. Sorry, in the EV list, and then somebody said, "Hey, well, it's not an EV, it's a solar." So looking at it, but okay, okay, good. When do the alerts clear from the alert window? Are you talking about, so for instance, here? They won't clear until the end of the day. Okay. Now I can clear it, right click, I can clear right now if I want. Okay. But they'll run right to the end of the day. And I'm not saying right at 4 o'clock that I don't think I'm not sure when they actually disappear, what time after the market closes, but you can clear them. I mean, you can right click and clear. But yes, it would be cleared daily. I'm not sure exactly when, that's all. Because well, actually, because when you shut down trade ideas, you'll lose, everything will go. And I shut down trade ideas every day. Oh, absolutely every morning. Well, good practice is to close, trade ideas at the end of every day. I mean, you can still use it. I mean, I use it another couple of hours after the market closes when I'm doing my scanning. And then before I go to bed, I actually, before I go to bed, I shut everything off. Not just trade ideas. I get out of trade ideas, close down my computer, everything's fresh in the morning. Whew, 207. Yeah, I mean, technically quarter to 7. Technically. I mean, officially 7 to 7, yes, but technically, because the odd time I get up at 3:45. Yeah, my top lists are populating at quarter to 7. What does after hours show? Is that a trick? Is that a trick question? After hours, the after hours trading, just like pre-market shows the pre-market trading, and after hours shows the trading after 4 o'clock. Market hours 9:30 to 4. So after 4 o'clock, especially companies that release earnings and things like that after the market closes, you'll see activity there. We have an after hours channel. If you click on new channel bar, and then all the way down to the bottom here, after hours. It's not just earnings. I mean, companies, these companies here, the ones that have been really, really active during the day, more than likely they'll have some after hour activity too. It's, at 4 o'clock, it's not like boom, no more trading in Sun W. I don't know how much more trading there'd be, but I mean, it just doesn't stop. Netflix, any news? Okay. I know I know that my rates are going up $2 a month. And I think, was it effective December 1st? Are all Canadians required to study French? As a matter of fact, yes. Okay, Mr. Mike Trader, if I send you to, there is in fact, I wonder if I have, you know what, if you just go to the home page and ask for it, okay, when you see the chat pop up. That'll probably be the quickest way if you're interested. Most of them are fairly obvious, but Alpha Predator, I mean, I know it doesn't make sense if you don't know. Alpha Predator is just looking for stocks that are kind of trading on their own. Hunting for those stocks that are really active, trading on their own, not caring so much what the rest of the market's doing. Kind of like all these things. That's really what we try to do. We try to find stocks that are not beholden to the market. So that the market, if the market's going up, and you get into something, you go, yay, but what if it turns around, the market starts coming down, and that stock starts to move with the market? I really don't like that. So I try to find stocks that are trading more or less on their own. They don't care what the market's doing. So if you click on that homepage link, you'll see a little pop-up that'll say questions or something like questions, and you can ask that question there if you want a description of all the channels. GSM. Oh boy, GSM. Yeah. I remember GSM. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a long, long time. Yeah, I remember when it was up here. Wow. Talk about falling on hard times. I'm going to say no. No. It's not crazy volume, and 2.7 times normal, but look at the float also, 77 million. For a $1 stock, that's a lot of shares. But yeah, it's moved 30%. Carlos, yes, there will be. Question was, will there be some Black Friday deals? Yeah, if you show up Wednesday into either the YouTube feed, or if you come into either one of the trading rooms, I'll certainly have a discount for Black Friday. Yeah, I see. I see what you're looking at. The cross on deck. Yes. Yeah, you can't compound them though, Cyber K. Okay. No, I'm pretty sure. No, no. The test drive link will. The test drive will be the best one. My guess is that the Black Friday will be the same. But you can't compound them. Okay. But I'm pretty sure they'll be the same discount. Yeah, my guess it'll be 25%. Yeah, that'll switch a day, every day, Mr. Mike. Conservative is getting out exactly when the AI got out. Okay, these are what if scenarios. So the question was, yeah, there it is, conservative. So if you got out, a lot of times, most of the time, moderate is the better one. But it's day by day. So there's no such thing as which is the better one to follow. I mean, I think most of the time moderate, but conservative is just getting out. Just to let you know, conservative is getting out exactly when the AI got out of a trade. But for instance, here, data. AI got out with a 1.81% profit. Okay. But if you kept in the trade, you'd be up 5.2% in this particular trade, as an example. Aggressive and moderate are exactly the same percents most of the time. What this means, these are what if scenarios. Now, what if you kept into the trade right to the end of the day? That's going to tell you what would have happened. So you notice that these are all the same, all the same, all the same, unless a stop gets hit. If a stop actually gets hit, then this stops calculating. Moderate stops calculating. So for instance, the GSX, in theory, so it got out at 3.86%. If this stock had really come back and gone positive, this aggressive, would have shown a positive. Now, as it happens on this one, it kept moving down. But that's why we stopped. So the moderate stops calculating if the profit gets hit, or the stop gets hit. Yeah, Deuce. So this feed is open between 9 and 3, Monday to Friday. Okay, 9 to 3 Eastern time. And it's just trade ideas, yes. You're in a trade ideas trading room. So hopefully that made sense, Zamo. If moderate and aggressive are exactly the same, unless the stock actually gets stopped out on a stop out, then moderate stops calculating. Aggressive will keep calculating, but moderate stops calculating. So again, as I said, this is why moderate and aggressive are the same, until we hit here on the stop out. I'm sorry, the stop hit right there. So that stops calculating. No, there's each strategy has its own exit. It's not a percent. Each strategy has its own exit rules, so it's not like you get into this trade and if it hits 1%, if it goes 1% below, then you're out. No, each strategy has its own exit rules. Usually not based on a percent. I'm not sure what the stops are based on right now. But when there's an alert, you have a stop price. You have a stop price. So that was a big stop price. I mean, entry 41.50, stop at 34.30. So that was a big stop. So I don't know if that was based on the low of the day or what that was based on. $34.30. How did they get that? Yeah, so see, that stop was based on the low of the day. Now, would I have, if I got in this trade, would I have waited until the low of the day got hit to get out? Of course not. All right, here's another one. Not Blink, but Blinn. Lazy Man. Blinn. Version of Blink. So what do we got here? Well, Drora, we don't know. We can't know. The crystal ball doesn't work like that. I have no idea if data is going to crash up or down. I mean, honestly, how could anybody know if this is going to crash up or explode up or crash down? I don't think anybody ahead of time, it was an earnings play, right? So ahead of time, look how it traded yesterday. So, yesterday, no clue this was going to happen. Well, look at that. No clue, right? Even though, look at the daily chart yesterday. It's not like this was being, a lot of bets were being placed ahead of time that this was going to do this. Look at the previous 4 days. Nothing. Release earnings. Obviously, there was no clue that this was going to happen. And it exploded. Exactly. So you could not tell from these previous days that it was going to do this. And even after hours, I remember seeing this one. Even after hours, there's no clue. It released earnings after hours yesterday. No clue. Look at this. It just flatlined. So it's not like it had a big jump after hours. Had a little move this morning. Not that much though. I did not see this as one of my early morning movers. A little move. It took until the market opened before it actually moved. So no clues whatsoever. It's a big float too. 205 million in the float to move 30%. That's a big float. Now, this is an IPO from back here. This looks like this is probably, I'm Well, maybe not. Maybe it released here too. Maybe it released earnings here. So it might be its second earnings release. And it's every 3 months usually. So this might have released here also. Mara will not die. Yeah, right. It won't die. I mean, there's volume. Yep. If it gets over 350, sometimes at the end of the day, I may take it and then hold it. Well, I'm out of Mara. I'm out of Mara right now, so I'm not a big swing trader. Okay, I'm just not a big swing trader, but I'm intrigued by this one. This one has been drifting down. Caleres earnings play. So this one, I mean, where's the clue here? Nice after hours, big pop up, kind of held pre-market. Market opens, kersplat. You can't predict these things. I mean, look how well it held after hours yesterday. What sort of volume is there with Drive? This is the ETF, at least the one I found for the EV sector. Doesn't trade very much, but you can see what it did. It's kind of basing now. I saw Bwen in the pre-market. BWEN, that's Broadwind or something. Broadwind, yeah. A pretty ugly looking 15-minute chart with all these, chopping around, topping tails, and now, woo, that big one. Well, Eric, I hope it works for you. Um, okay, so Mr. Mike, so yes, then a normal 5 minutes, yes. Not 20, no, not 27. That would be, if you put 27, that would be 100% would be normal. Okay? So if you're looking for abnormal volume, in a 5 minute period or 1 minute period, whatever, you'll put 200, 300, 400, 500%. If it's 100%, then that's just kind of normal. So 27% is not 27% higher, no. 127 would be 127 would be 27% higher. All right, guys, it's almost 2:30. I'd have to see I'd have to see the scan you're getting that from, Mr. Mike. I mean, it's hard for me to know. You're not talking. Okay, let me just make sure. So we have a relative volume. So I mean, yeah, I mean, this obviously in the 5 minute it exploded. 21.9 is that? But it was that 21.99 K that you had there, or in which case, yeah, I mean that's not 21%. I'd have to see it. But absolutely, I mean, yeah, I mean, because you look at all the previous 15 minutes and you look at the previous 5 minutes. Sure, these are huge bars compared to all the previous ones. Yeah, I'd have to see. I don't know what you're looking at exactly. I don't know what those numbers are referring to. 13.616 and 21.99. I'm not sure where you're getting those numbers. Vicky. Well, at least you're just Vicky today. That's nice. Don't have to try to figure out who the heck you are. Well, look at Very here. What the heck is happening? Look at the volume coming in with to Very, Veri. It's okay, Vicky. You would not have won. Anyways, only for the test drivers. Okay, let me pull up the momentum channel and let me just see maybe what you're looking at. You're talking about let's see what the filters are. Yeah, okay, volume, yeah, percent. So 800, so it's 8.1 times normal. 818%. So yes. Now look at ETE. So that you're referring, I mean, these are extraordinary volumes coming in, yes. Oh, I see. I can't answer that. Most of the time you can do this. There you go. You see, you can shrink it down. Okay, maybe that's what you're talking about. Is that what you're talking about? Anyway, that's what it is. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were talking about. The Extreme Master Blaster. So we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different alert scans in here. Extreme volume all-time high, extreme volume 52-week high, extreme volume low float, extreme volume greater than $10, extreme volume $2 to $10. Let's see if break one out and let's see what the extreme volume has to be. And the answer is there. The last 5 minutes is at least 1,000% of normal. Okay, so they're probably all like that, just a different. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. I mean, there's lots of ways you can use trade ideas. You know, Mr. Mike in the YouTube feed said he was watching that particular channel, the Momentum channel, and yeah, there's no question. Is there a way I can see when a symbol showed up on a top list? Well, you know, the top lists get updated every 30 seconds. So I'm not sure how to answer that question. Because they get updated every 30 seconds. So if you're asking when something happened 5 minutes ago or... Okay, no. I mean, no, you can't... You can go back. The history is not great. I mean, in the time. Sorry, use historical. You know, no. To answer your question, no. Not like in the alert windows. It's a completely different feature or function. Well, guys, maybe I'll shut down at 2:45. Okay, is that okay? I'm really starting to fade here, so maybe I'll just put that in here. Yeah, the lockdown doesn't really affect me too much. Not that we were going out that much anyway, so as long as I can buy some food, that's all I care about. So guys, listen, I mean, I'll stick around. If there are questions, I will stick around. It's just that I'm certainly not going to do any more trading, so. Thank you, Slippin' Jimmy. When does it start again? Not till next year, right? I think it's next year. What is their criteria? Okay, well, first of all, let me show you what the options filters we have are. So here are the option filters that we have. So we've got the put call. Some of them are obvious. Put call ratio, put volume, call volume. These are pretty standard. Option volume today, pretty standard. These two are the key ones. The option volume. So that's the average number of contracts over, I think it's the last 10 days. Total of puts and calls. This is the really key one, the option volume today %. So this, if you use this filter, let's say you put 200 in here. Meanwhile, NETE is just exploding. Good for you, Vicky. So what you're looking, if you do that, if a stock has over the last 10 days, say averaged 2,000 contracts, You won't see that stock unless it trades 4,000 contracts today, 200%. So that's kind of the I mean, and then afterwards, I mean, you can always put, of course, other filters in place in terms of criteria, you know, a price range and a minimum volume and all that. But this is all the option play magic is trying to show you are stocks that are having abnormal option trading days. Okay, so that's kind of that is what the option play magic is all about. It's showing you stocks that are having abnormal option contract days, number of contracts compared to the norm. Okay? Okay, so you can only go in at limit orders, Charles. The question was how to use Brokerage Plus. It goes for the pre-market and post-market, okay? So if you want to take a trade after hours, it has to be a limit price. It has to be right at whatever it's trading. You can't go in market, you can't, okay? So you can do it, but it has to be right. So I mean, if I'm looking right here, say, DTIL is trading 1099, 1103. You'd have to go in at 1103. You'd have to go in at a limit price. So I mean, it's just exactly the same. You just load the symbol, pick how many shares, and then you just can't go in at market price. Has to be a specific price. Same as pre-market. That was a beauteous one. Nice. Nice way to end the day. Wow. Still room. I mean, Net Element still has room. Look left on that weekly chart. There's the high way up here at 20. Could be interesting next week. Had a great week. Getting rid of all this now. Okay, so what you're seeing, these are in the simulator, okay? The only one I took in my actual count today was Mara, okay? These are in the simulator. And these are the entry prices in the simulator. Okay, this is in the paper trading. This is in the paper trading, Brokerage Plus paper trading version. Well, you can do it, Shadow. No, you can trade. You can auto trade. Yes, you can auto trade the AI, or you could create your own strategy and auto trade it. You need our premium service for that. And right now, you would need an interactive. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Question was, do you have any auto trading algorithms that will trade for you at Trade Ideas? So the answer is yes, but right now you do need an interactive broker's account in order to do that. So if you don't have an interactive broker's account, you can't do it. And if you do have if you do have one, well, if I wanted to auto trade a strategy, here are my strategies. And I don't know if you watched the video, you should watch this video. It shows you exactly how to do all this. Let me just put it in the YouTube feed also. So you have to turn them on, So if I wanted to, whatever this strategy is, $50 risk at market, stop at low. Okay? So if I look at that, edit the trading strategy, here are the rules. I'm not going to go over the rules, but these are the rules. And that video that I showed you will show you how you can create your own rules for trading. once you've created the strategy and the rules, then you just turn it on. You literally just enable, strategy disable, click to enable. Now it is, why didn't it turn on? No, I turned it on right there. Okay. Well, for the AI, it's the same. You have to turn them all on. Just right click, enable. Now they're all on. Now they will trade in auto fashion whatever these rules are, whatever the is in here. You can of course adjust it, but again, you have to watch that video. If it didn't take a trade, more than likely it's because of the limit offset. The limit offset is that even if you're auto trading, if a stock is moving fairly quickly, even in auto trade mode, let's say you got an alert at 1324 for this and it's really moving quickly. The AI, even though you're trying, or any system that is on auto trade mode, it may not be able to get the trade right at 1320. So this is that's what that limit offset is. So right there it says 11 cents. That means I would take that trade all the way 11 cents above where the actual trigger was. Okay, now you don't have to go 11 cents. I mean, you can go 5 cents, you can go 2 cents, you can go, but the tighter you make it, if a stock is really moving quickly, you won't get a fill. Now, I mean, if a stock is really going to move, it doesn't really matter if you take it 5 cents outside the actual trigger. If it's going to move $1 or $2 on you, who cares, right? And there's no level 2 on trade ideas, no. Okay, does that answer your question? Oh, I posted the video right above you. So now I post it right below you. That's the common reason, why people say I didn't get a fill. That's the usual reason, as the limit offset is too tight, or a stock just is so rapidly trading, just zooming up, you're not going to get a fill. It's just the way it is. Meanwhile, NETE. Wow, a late day explosion for NETE. Volume, look at the volume coming in. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Again, I'll stick around. I have no problem sticking around. Yeah, the only one I posted was Mara. I did take Solo. I announced it more. It moved so quickly by the time I would have posted there. So I only took, I did a couple other trades completely on my own that I didn't talk about, but the Mara trade and Solo. I basically said, guys, I like Solar right here. I think 1024. Sold 1170 and 1285. So that really made my day, as well as the arrow from yesterday, holding it overnight. Yeah, it's up here. But, this is not a room where, if you're expecting me to tell you what to buy and sell all day long, but it was right up here. This is not that sort of a room. We talk about ideas. The Solo, I said, boy, I really like this if it takes out 10. It's coming back after FUV got hammered, and then it was coming back. SUV and Solo, I think, kind of are, kind of trade in tandem to a certain degree. FUV was starting to fly. I loved the solo once it got over 10. Whether you want to take the trade or not is up to you. I will never say, okay, guys, take this trade at 10.20. Okay, guys, sell some here and sell some here. He says the cannabis plays are getting ready. Let's see what the index is doing. Yeah, maybe. What's AFA doing? I know AFA had a nice early this week. It was pretty good. APHA. Yeah, everything is Eastern. No, it wasn't 924. No, it was. I'm talking Deuce. That was the price I got in at. 10.24. $10.24. That wasn't the time. Okay. And if I refer to a time, it's all even though I'm in the West Coast, every time is Eastern time when I refer. But that 9.24 was the price, not the time. It's right here. So what time was that? Or 10:30 Eastern time. I mean, all these EV plays, they had to be on everybody's watch list all week. I mean, they've just been sensational all week. Various times during the day. But I mean, this was the sector, I was going to say du jour, but the sector du semaine. I mean, that's, really, you had to follow these all day long. Different ways to get in. When we get a hot sector, you cannot leave it alone. Now, next week, you know what? Maybe nothing happens with this sector. Maybe it turns back to virus plays. Maybe it turns back to the solar plays. Maybe it turns back to something else, cryptos. Mr. Punmaster. All right, guys, are there any other questions? All right, I don't see anything, so in either feed. So I think I'll wrap it up, guys. I hope you guys who took the test drive got something out of it. Remember, manage your expectations. You will not be a trade ideas expert after 2 weeks. If you're new to trading, you will be not a market expert after 2 weeks. But the room is like this. And so you can always ask me questions. I mean, the questions should, not dry up, but I mean, they won't have as many as the intensity of a test drive. But I'm certainly here to answer questions. We've got all sorts of support going all the time. So we don't leave you alone, okay? Don't feel that you take the subscription and then you go, now what? But watch the 20 lessons. Okay, yes, thank you very much. That is a wrap. That is a wrap. Going once, going twice, that is a wrap. Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot for all the help. Other people helping me out, answering other people's questions. That's really, really appreciated. I don't say this often enough. Thanks a lot for being a very civil group. It makes my job a lot easier to moderate. I don't have to worry about a lot of nonsense. So that is really appreciated. So have a great weekend, everybody. And we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Okay? Bye-bye.